All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Defiance Daily Show on this fine Monday. I hope everybody's doing great out there. It is February 16th, 2026. We are coming from our individual studios, and of course, I am joined by the co-captain, my partner in crime. That's Mark Pruitt, right there on screen. Mark, go ahead and say hi to the class.
Hi, class. How are y'all? How y'all doing? How y'all doing today? How your mama and your children doing?
Hopefully your mama and your children are doing fantastic out there, folks. And again, we really appreciate everybody joining us. Yes, you notice we are not live anymore, getting ourselves in a little bit of trouble going live because we can tend to speak off the cuff. So we'll still go live sometimes, right?
You look
Mark?
live.
We'll
Hey, you look live to me, Travis. You look really alive.
Yeah. Do it live. We'll, pre-recorded sessions are probably for the best when it comes to this class. So appreciate everybody joining us. Of course, before we get started, I got to let you know how to support us, because what kind of host would I be if I didn't plug our sponsors here? If you are tired of handing your money to New York publishing houses that hate you, you need to check out Defiance Press and Publishing.
Yes.
These guys exist to connect conservative and libertarian authors with readers who actually share their values: God, country, liberty, defiance, and telling the truth about the world we live in. They handle the editing, design, and distribution to hundreds of online retailers and even libraries, so authors can focus on what they're supposed to do: write and engage their audience, not chase woke gatekeepers for permission. If you've got a book in you, or you just want to stack your bookshelf with the kind of political faith and fiction titles, nonfiction, that you'll never see at a front-faced retailer like Barnes & Noble, go to defiancepress.com and support a publisher that actually supports you. If you are in the market for a manuscript, go ahead and hit that Get Published link up there at the top of defiancepress.com. Watch the video, follow the prompts and protocols. Please make sure to read everything involved with your submission. And keep this in mind: we are not a third world run organization. This is not a Somali run enterprise with scammers. So when you submit your manuscript, we do not retain and repurpose your manuscript. I'm not sure where you folks have been going in the past, but we are a Texas-based operation, and we don't run a ghetto shop like they do in a lot of the shops out there in Minnesota. So keep that in mind. That's defiancepress.com. Hit that Get Published link. Or if you have any questions, you want to chat with us a little bit, go ahead and reach out to 281-581-9300. That's 281-581-9300. Or you could reach out to Mark at defiancepress.com. That's mark@defiancepress.com. Your support means the world to us. Please support the broadcast by supporting our sponsors, and make sure to let them know the Defiance Daily Show sent you. Also, check out the digital backbone, what we like to call it here, and that is RFT Media. Today's show is powered in part by RFT Media, the folks who make sure your message doesn't just exist, it actually lands. With over 25 years of experience, they build real websites, real digital strategies, AI automation and optimization, real tech infrastructure for campaigns, creators, small businesses, big businesses. Anybody who's outgrown the free cookie cutter website needs to look professional. So whether you're running for office, launching a show or a business like this one, or trying to turn your business into an actual online presence that inspires trust, RFT Media can design the site, connect your email and data, and help you communicate like an adult in the digital world. That's rftmedia.com. Again, rftmedia.com. Hit the contact link up there at the top and supply your information, and they will get back to you as soon as humanly possible. Also, another sponsor over here is the corporate telecom assassins themselves. That's ProcureLogix. If you work in a company that's bleeding money on telecom, network, and IT contracts, and you know you are, ProcureLogix is who you call to stop the bleeding. They're a boutique consulting firm that lives in the fine print of these agreements and the analytics of all the rates in the market as it is today, and has already helped clients squeeze over $5 billion in real cost reductions out of more than $13 billion in negotiated contracts. Here's how simple it is. Send them your current agreements. Within 5 business days, they'll send you back a section-by-section assessment. show you exactly where you're getting ripped off and the terms and conditions, and also where the market standards are and how much you could potentially save. Then you choose to have them renegotiate your contracts, run a full-blown comprehensive RFP that's fully managed from start to finish within their own e-procurement tool, Telebid. So vendors have to fight for your business instead of the other way around. So whether you're a CIO, CFO, CPO, anybody in procurement, or just the poor soul stuck managing their robust and out-of-control telecom spend, go to procurelogix.com and let professionals with real benchmark data and contract acumen go to war on your behalf. You can also reach out at 512-640-1532. Again, that's 512-640-1532. Go and check out their case study to see some of these actual examples, whether you're a mid-market size enterprise or you're small or you're just gigantic and you're in one of these roles. Please don't hesitate to reach out. Again, that's 512-640-1532. And again, let them know that Defiance sent you. Also, check out another sponsor here over at J. Bradley Custom Pools. That's jbradleypools.com. If you're listening to this anywhere in Texas, you know summer isn't pool season, it's survival season. And if you're going to build a pool, do it once and do it right with J. Bradley Custom Pools. Joe Bird and his team have over 2 years in pool and landscape design, and they built award-winning custom pools all over Spring, the Woodlands, Conroe, Tomball, Texas, Cypress, Magnolia, the greater Austin and Dallas Metroplex areas. They don't just drop cookie cutter holes into the ground. They design full backyard environments, covered patios, outdoor kitchens, fire pits, pergolas, the whole backyard fortress with custom 3D designs so you can see exactly what you're getting into before they ever start digging. Okay, folks. They use in-house craftsmen, energy-efficient equipment, and back it with a lifetime structural guarantee, which is exactly what you want for this golf course soil. If you're ready to turn your yard into a place your family actually wants to be, go to jbradleypools.com, check out their gallery, and tell them Defiance sent you. And, of course, I always like to say, when you scroll through these galleries, the chemtrails are free of charge. So, if you're just existing outside anywhere, you can experience chemtrails for yourself, whether you have a pool or not. So that's included with your purchase there. Again, this gallery is absolutely amazing. Very, very high quality, high art, real art looking build outs here, and just absolutely impressive. Again, that's jbradleypools.com, and give them a call, would you? And that's at 832-813-5340. Again, that's 832-813-5340. Again, really appreciate everybody joining us to the Defiance Daily Show. And check out our sponsors. Make sure you help them out. It helps us out, helps you out, helps everybody out, Mark, doesn't it?
It's a win-win, brother. It's a win-win.
It's a win-win all the way around. All right, folks.
Hey,
show for you.
Second time's a charm, Travis.
Second time's a charm, man. We are learning as we go here on the Defiance Daily Show. It is a constant learning process. And as the song says, if you're going to be dumb, you got to be tough.
Gotta be tough.
Let me tell you, this podcasting, media, book publishing world isn't for the faint of heart. So I'm glad you're joining with us today because we got a lot of good material to run through here. So today's February 16th. We are 2 days post Valentine's Day, and we had a little Valentine's Day segment on earlier for you. Hope you guys go and check that out. Contribute to our algorithms so we can feed our families over here.
It's only 10 months till Christmas.
Just like that, we're already into a new year. Okay, so we're already in it, man. We're just in it, folks. And to officially start the kickoff for the show today, we're going to do this segment called Today is Mine. This is from, if this is going to work, this is from a book that was purchased from my pops back in November of 1989. So this has been around for quite some time, and I stumbled across it, and I thought it would be some good value for this. So Today is Mine by Leroy Brownlow. Let me see here. Yeah, this is from, this is to my pops, David Thomas Roberts. who's the figure behind everything you're seeing on screen here and at defiancepress.com. So, yeah, what this is it's called Today is Mine, 365 daily devotions, inspirational quotes, and thought-provoking scriptures for mastering the art of living. So let's jump over to February 16th and see what we got here, Marcus. Okay, the title to this one to start our day is called Bad Company. And I'll start it off. This is for February 16th. Okay, if I could keep this damn thing open. An old parrot flew out of a farmhouse and joined some crows in the watermelon field. The farmer, not knowing this and wanting to protect the fruit of his labors, blasted them with his shotgun. The results were 3 dead crows and 1 ruffled parrot with a missing toe. The farmer tenderly took him home, where the excited children gathered around and asked, "What did it?" Bad company, the parrot answered. He spoke wiser than he knew. His foolish choice of associates had endangered him. So it is with man. Bad days come from bad companions, and better days come from better associates. Thank you, Mark. Here's a quote from George Washington. "'Tis better to be alone than in bad company." This is from Proverbs 13:20. "He that walketh with wise men shall be wise, but a companion of fools shall be destroyed." Mark, do you want to send this over to the White House? You want to give them, should we send them the quote of the day for today's mine? You think they'd have some value in that?
I don't know what's going on at the White House today. I think there's a lot going on. Boy, there's so many lessons to be learned here. I was just reflecting on what you were saying there, and the whole thing about who we associate with, bad company, good company. Boy, if you get mixed in with the wrong crowd, I'm not saying that it's always leads to a disaster. It depends on, I guess, how long you hang out with the bad folks. And I think we've all found ourselves in those situations, but I think the wisest are the ones that determine pretty quickly, hey, this is not going to propel my life in a positive direction. I need to separate myself. And the other thing is too, is that, sometimes with bad company, those people seem to be the cool ones. They seem to be the ones that have a lot of excitement in their family. And sometimes if you're attracted to excitement, I don't know. I just think there's a lot of wisdom there to think about, and to really do your best to hang out with much better people that are better than you are, and try to learn from them and bring value to them, because high quality people, they don't like hanging out with people that aren't high quality. So, if you've got an opportunity to associate yourself with some high quality people, I'd take advantage of it, but I'd also understand you better bring something to the table. Otherwise you're not going to be invited along. That's for sure.
Yeah. Something to the table other than grape soda and cheese pizza. I'll put it that way.
Well, now, Travis, hang on. Now, why did you have to bring that up?
I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying it's a little odd. We were talking about this earlier, kind of when I went through my interactions, and I realized how specific I am when Mark and I talk about food. For example, I talk about the lovely smile on the shrimp cocktail's face, the baby head of the shrimp.
Oh, God.
And as well as the kind of the lustful look of the cheese pizza, the aroma it exudes, the aura that it provides. Totally normal stuff. Might be blowing it a little out of proportion. Maybe rich mega mogul people just really like pizza and grape soda, Mark.
Travis, I don't, if you spend any time thinking about any of that stuff, and for those who have not dove into any of the Epstein files, and look, I don't blame you if you just don't even fill your head with that stuff, and it's just more power to you. But for those that have, man, Travis, there's something bizarre, and being bizarre doesn't necessarily mean nefarious. They're not always one and the same, but man, there's too many connections. There's too many, Travis. There's something going on with this pizza grape soda thing. I'm sorry. I know me, that if you all of a sudden started emailing me and talk, hey, let's go get some cheese pizza and some grape soda, I would just think that that was very odd that you'd be writing me an email about something. I'd want to know what is this even? I'd ask you what that meant. That's what I would do.
No,
I'd say,
to
what does that mean?
You're kind of giving me the white supremacist vibes all of a sudden, You're kind of giving me the conspiracy
Yeah, because
theorists.
white people drink a lot of grape soda, bro.
White, I'm just feeling it exude from you. So I think there's a lot of paranoia involved. Maybe you need to back off that a little bit.
Oh
It's
my God.
totally normal
Yeah.
for people to buy hundreds of gallons of sulfuric acid the day before they get arraigned for court hearings and arrests and all this stuff. We're talking about total normal behavior. So, it's totally normal for the White House to buy, during Obama's terms, 65,000 hot dogs and pizza.
Yeah.
Hold on, Mark, because listen, a lot of these rich people that are in these emails too, I know they got their own private chefs. I know they got their own. So maybe they're just trying to get away and be with us common folks. And that's why they email about pizza and stuff, because it's like an underground culture to be kind of one of the plebs and eat cheese pizza and beef jerky. So never mind all this stuff about, the fact that they have their own private chefs and really don't need to be talking about this in email. I think you're just looking for codes where there's not.
Okay, so do these hot dogs and pizza, they come with truffles on top, like shaved white truffle? Or is it just cheese pizza, Travis? And is it Domino's? Is it Papa John's? I mean, what?
Well, I don't. One of these emails was talking about meeting at the Cannibalist. That's a restaurant. Now, when I tried to look for that restaurant, it didn't really pull up anything. So I could be wrong. Maybe some of you out there in the audience can find this high stakes, Cannibalist restaurant, they call it. But I don't know. I heard about, there was a picture of one with the baby in the sink talking about shrimp cocktail and how shrimp is better eaten headless. So totally normal stuff, Mark. Maybe we're all just blowing this out of proportion.
Hey, you've been following Alex Jones for a long time, Travis. Since you were a kid, you've been following Alex. Oh, yeah. And congratulations. Is it true that Alex Jones started talking to people about this guy that had an island down in the British Virgin Islands, and he was flying important people from around the planet, and they were going down and having pedo sex, and there was cannibalism and blood?
Well, hold on, time out. I was told he's crazy. So what does it matter? Because, it was actually 2004 when I first heard about this. And apparently he told Joe Rogan about this, and it sounded a little insane. So I don't know if we need to drop some more dimes in the Alex Jones was right jar, but this one seems to kind of fit a little bit.
And look, there's people out there that say all kinds of crazy stuff. And if you make enough crazy predictions, eventually one or two are going to come true. Now, Alex has got a little different batting record. And I'm not just saying that just because somebody says some crazy stuff about somebody but Travis, there are just way, I think there's plenty of evidence and information here that Pam Bondi and Kash Patel should be coordinating some investigations. I mean, real investigations.
Whoa. Hold on.
Okay.
You do realize we did shut down some anti-Semitic coffee shops in California, right?
What? Well, you're damn right we did. We better.
Sure
we can't have that.
So,
listen, we can't.
I think there is coordination. I don't know how much on this stuff, but I do know when it comes to anti-Semitism, this administration, this DOJ, this FBI,
they're committed
all over it.
Well, good.
They are
because
fully committed to it.
That's the last thing we need.
I was personally losing sleep over this.
Well, especially
the whole anti-Semitic thing.
Well,
in San Francisco of all places,
we can't have.
Come on, man! This should be at the top of our brain.
It's at the top of mind.
Paramount of importance to protect one of the greatest allies we have There's almost
Yes.
200 ongoing cases of them actively spying on us and then stealing nuclear. But forget it's
What? Now, wait a
biblical, Mark.
second. What?
Mark, no, it's biblical. Don't go down that route. We're not an anti-Semitic show here. Okay.
Oh, we damn right we're not. I mean, by gosh.
Darn tootin'. So
Darn
anyway,
tootin', scootin', rootin'. I mean,
what we'll do
golly.
here today is so we're going to start with 5 headlines. We're going to set the table for you folks.
Okay, let's set the table.
And then we're going to dive deep into, I separated some buckets of insanity that kind of define the world we're living in now. So the theme on today is the people running the world are dumber, more malicious, more manipulative, more evil than you think. And the media is the delivery system. So we're going to go into quite a few different angles here on the Defiance Daily Show. So let's start with, let me see here. All right, let's get into the big news this week. I'm sure everybody heard about this. This is Canada's trans shooter and narrative management. So if you want to see how propaganda works in real time, look at Tumblr. Jesse Van Rootseller. Is our broadcast?
It just glitched for a second, bro. You're good. You're good. By the way, you're
Okay.
looking good, Travis. Travis, you're looking good,
Thank
brother.
you. Thank you, sir. Yeah, so this person, we'll call them a gun person because that's a proper vernacular when you're covering stuff like this, especially when it's a demographic that doesn't fit into the shoes of the white supremacist, white incel crowd. But anyway, I digress. An 18-year-old named Jesse walks into a school in a nearby home in a small mining town in British Columbia and kills 8 people, including members of his own family, before turning the gun on himself. Did this article just assume his pronoun?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, Travis. Why'd you call him him? You said himself. Travis, we can't have that. Look, we've got anti-Semitism going on. We've got people.
Anti-Semitic coffee shops.
And we've got our pets' heads are falling off. And we've got people mispronouncing people. Travis, you can't be adding to this.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I
mean, you need to ask for forgiveness here, brother.
Mother Gaia.
You misgendered.
Mother Earth.
You need another appointment with Dr.
I've abandoned your delusions for the white liberal females. I do apologize for your most sacred worshipers. I am so sorry that I may have misgendered this shooter who killed 8 people, including his own family.
Oh,
I did it again. I did it again.
You did it again. You can't help yourself, Travis. Hey, when was your last appointment with Dr. Eleanor Graces? When was your last appointment?
Well, she's not a doctor, but she did recommend we got to queue up Dr. Virginia Vortex.
Okay, when was the last time you sat down with one? Because you were doing pretty good when you were meeting with them.
It's been over a year, so we probably need to bring Dr. Virginia Vortex into the studio, and we'll do a segment on it because that's what she's here for.
Yes,
folks, we like to bring the other side into the room with us.
Yes,
and what they'll do is Dr. Eleanor Graces, she creates a safe space so that our liberal audience can come and listen, and we can really fine tune this out. So stay tuned for more in the future. But I'll continue with this article and just
all right.
Mother Gaia, the crazy white liberal females that might be watching this. I am so sorry, but I'll go on. Police later confirmed he was trans-identified, someone who had been in contact with law enforcement for mental health issues and who was visibly spiraling online. Yet in the critical first hours and days, the focus from media and officials is not on the ideology, not on the mental health makeup of this clearly disturbed individual, not on how this person, okay, I'm doing better, got access to a gun. It is on language. We're told individual, suspect, gun person. The word gunman disappears. We are now in 1984, where gunman now has to go out the window because we might misidentify their trans identity. His trans identity is treated like a fragile artifact to be protected, not a fact to be reported. At the same time, the machine goes to war against anyone who even mentions the pattern of trans-identified shooters. Yeah. Folks, for those of us paying attention, this isn't the first trans shooter we've seen in a while. So, The psychosis goes on, and it's this time in Canada. Disinformation experts and fact checkers flood the zone, warning about anti-trans narratives, scolding critics for pointing out what is visually obvious. Like this was clearly a man in a dress going to psychotically kill a bunch of people. When accounts mistakenly identify an innocent trans woman as the shooter, that error becomes the story. Look at how dangerous these right-wing trolls are. Rather than a cautionary tale about how badly the establishment doesn't want this particular demographic pattern discussed, the real victims, the 8 dead, recede into the background. The protected class takes center stage. Yes, the special victim class of today. In this case would be the trainees. Now compare that to what happens when the shooter is a white male. Overnight, cable news fills with panels about toxic masculinity, incel culture, and white supremacy. Reporters scour his social media for any meme that can be tied to the right. Politicians feel safe using the tragedy to attack entire groups. The whole Second Amendment as it stands. When the killer is trans, the rule flips. We are told not to generalize, not to stigmatize the marginalized community, Mark, and to avoid connecting dots until every possible nuance has been explored. That asymmetry isn't accidental. It's the narrative hierarchy. Some identities are collective villains. Others are immune from collective judgment no matter what happens. In Tumbler Ridge, 8 people are dead. The most urgent story should be, what was this person's mental state? Why was his psychosis helped and confirmed? What ideology was consumed? Who failed to act? And how do we keep this from happening again? Instead, the most urgent story, according to your media, is how to protect the political narrative about gender. The pronouns get more care than the bodies, and that tells you everything about whose job the press thinks it's doing. So, Mark, let's get your commentary and feedback to this, because for me personally, I don't really see anything wrong about, confirming people's psychosis from the heroes of these movements, such as people like Alfred Kinsey and John Money. Alfred Kinsey, who casually like to stick steel wool-headed toothbrushes into the head orifice of his penis, or John Money, who liked to castrate a boy who was twins with another one and get them to do sexual acts with each other in the name of science. So I know that was a lot that I just threw at you, Mark, there, but can you be a good boy and, kind of normalize this information for the class?
Well, I think, Travis, that is the problem. I think this has been normalized. I think that is the problem. Instead of people being repulsed by any of this, which we all should be, I mean, we should be, normal people should be repulsed by anything that you just talked about. The sad fact of the matter is, in America today, none of us are repulsed by any of this. In fact, we can listen to this being discussed and it not bother us at all. And I think that is what the real problem is. As a matter of fact, you mentioned Kinsey, and if you go up to the great state of Indiana, to the University of Indiana, is it University of Indiana or Indiana University?
I think it's the University of Indiana.
And that's a big school, right? Weren't they just in the news or something for winning some sort of sports thing or something? Or, I mean,
they won the national championship for the first time in football. Very important stuff.
That's a big deal, right?
It's so important. It's more important than this.
Well, obviously, because there's a bronze statue of Alfred Kinsey sitting there at the University of Indiana, where the Kinsey Institute is housed. All of his research, everything, all the pedophilia, all the sexual.
Whoa. Hang on. I got to stop you, because the BBC, the mainstream, we can't just lump all this transsexual stuff with this evil. You're doing what they're saying not to do. Okay.
Okay.
Because first of all, when you say pedophilia, there's nothing wrong with creating a table and using stopwatches to time the sexual torture of an infant as young as 6 months old. Okay. And that doesn't matter. Context is king, except in those cases. All right.
And that is what Kinsey was involved in. In fact, not only was he involved in it, he, like you said, It was research. The evidence is in his research institute at the University of Indiana.
Science, Mark, science.
And people celebrate this guy. And we did a whole show. I say you were the one that did all the research, and it was disgusting. And he is celebrated in the United States. What was the name of his book, Travis? Human Sexuality? Was that it?
I think it was Human
Groundbreaking.
Sexuality. It came out with the male and female. It was passed around on the congressional floor that the groundbreaking studies, even though he used prostitutes, rapists, and pedophiles.
And it was all homosexuals, prostitution,
homosexuals. And not only that, the definition of orgasm, including kicking, screaming, biting, crying, just totally normal stuff, Mark. So I'll let you go on your hate tirade. Okay.
Yeah. So this is the stuff people, I think one of the things why people that see this Epstein stuff going down, and you'll hear people, what this stuff is all made up. All you Republicans, you guys are just following that crazy bitch Marjorie Taylor Greene in this. Who's this Massey guy? What a piece of work he is. He's just destroying everything that MAGA is doing, and he's a tool of the left. And there can't be anything to this, cannibalism. And
hold on, I gotta stop you again. You're not attacking Massey hard enough. First of all, okay, we got binders, Mark, when this was first rolled out.
I forgot. Okay, my bad.
So
my bad.
I agree. Like, why is everybody getting behind Massey on this stuff? Folks, we got a phase 1 Epstein binder, and then 7 months later, they shut down the whole thing and then opened it back. Oh, damn. Am I contradicting myself now?
Wait, that's right. They were phase 1 binders, which means weren't we led to believe that they were phase 1 binders of how many phases, Travis?
I believe there was supposed to be multiple. We were supposed to go to phase 2, but I don't ever remember what was phase 2.
Well, okay.
Oh yeah, shutting it down. That was phase 2. Excuse me.
Because if I remember correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, once all these online influencers opened up the binders and found out there really wasn't anything of any substance within the binders, they began to ask a couple questions. And the answer was, I think, didn't Miss Bondi say that the Epstein files, whatever that is, weren't the Epstein files on her desk and they were going to be released the next day?
No,
Am I getting this all wrong, Travis?
I think you're. I think that's a stretch. I never heard about the files being on her desk personally. So
okay, I thought that's what she said, but
I'm just gonna fact check you in real time. Let's see.
Okay.
Let's see. Pam Bondi files on desk. Let's just quell this right now, Mark.
Yeah, I think we need to air this out. Let's get to the bottom of this, Travis. Let's find out what actually was said. What is going on here?
Yeah, no. I tried to look it up and I'm just not seeing it, Mark. So
releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients? Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump.
Okay, wait.
What?
Wait.
What?
Hang on. Sorry. Look, maybe I can find something else that puts her in a better light, but
hang on. So she's saying, what is she saying there, Travis? I know what it was. That Epstein, that was a chocolate chip cookie recipe from her great-great-grandmother. Who passed that down. I think that's what that was, Travis. Travis, the Epstein, she said client list.
I think it sounds like you're just being a black pill doomer, man. You're just being a doomer. I think she's doing a great job, but I don't know. We kind of digressed from the original story there, which was this transsexual, which Epstein was a big fan of, as we know from the emails. he was big at coaching the talking points to it, being the big Democrat donor he was.
Right.
But I think you'll find this one interesting, Mark, because
Okay.
in the coverage of this, you now have infighting among male feminists who are joining the phrase, stop pretending the Tumber Ridge killer was female. Because of all things that's important, it's battling over, was it a male or a female, when we all know it was a psychotic transsexual. So,
and which means what?
Priorities.
Okay, but a transsexual meaning it's a what?
It's a mangina, from my understanding. That's how.
Okay, okay. I've seen the pictures of this thing, and
hold on. This is world-class coverage, Mark. Okay. Like, I know that 8 people got shot and the family members died and all this stuff, but
what's really
this is bringing rise to trans hate. I think
yes, it is. Oh,
that's
there's
the
no
big
doubt
story here. And they're underrepresented in the global, shooting metrics. So
what hang on.
I just think I think you need to cool your hate is, I guess, what I'm kind of getting at there.
Okay. All right. So was this a guy that cut his wiener off?
I don't think we're going to continue with this transphobia, to be honest with you. It's making me uncomfortable, and Eleanor Graces is giving me like the.
Oh, is she instant messaging you? I'm not surprised.
She's doing like this. She said, move on. My audience is getting
uncomfortable.
They're getting uncomfortable. So yeah. Anyway, folks, all jokes aside, another mass shooting by another trans-identified person. Or a he-male or she-male, whichever one it was. This was a dude who dressed up in a dress and went on a psychotic rampage, probably hyped up on God knows how many different medications.
SSRIs.
And definitely being affirmed in their gender delusions at a young age. So definitely probably a lot of family involvement in getting this person to that point. And the lunacy continues. We'll look back on this one day and go, what the hell we're doing? But I'm sure there'll be something else we're doing at that time that we're also going to be talking about. Like, what are they going to be doing with us 10 years from now, Mark?
Where does this go to?
Where does this go to?
Where does this go?
Awful story. But that is the priority for the media and the left-wing narrative is quit trying to hone in on the statistics of trans shooters, trans violence, all this kind of stuff. Reaffirm them. Let 4-year-olds chop their genitals off. And the moms that are leading the charge on this stuff are great people. They're not sick and delusional and dystopic themselves. Yeah. It's just all totally normal stuff to sterilize and castrate your children. So good luck with that there. All right, moving on to the next story here, which is something that's not getting a whole lot of attention. Let's go to the next headline. Russia's 1.3 million casualties in the U.S. ATM machine. The Russia-Ukraine war has crossed a threshold almost nobody in the West wants to talk about. Honestly, it is now the deadliest conflict in Europe since World War II. A senior NATO official recently briefed journalists that Russia alone has suffered around 1.3 million casualties, killed and wounded since launching its full-scale invasion. Now, grain of salt to keep with this, folks. A little lesson of the geopolitical game. Sometimes they'll overinflate these numbers to make one side look like they're losing when they're not. Or sometimes there's always a narrative they're trying to get to it. But this one seems pretty cut and dry. And this is a death toll that I think is worthy paying attention to. That's why we're covering it as a headline here on the Defiance Daily Show. In 2025 alone, roughly 400,000 troops were killed or injured. Separate analysis put the number of Russian dead north of 300,000. Put simply, an entire generation of young men are being fed into the meat grinder once again. And what? After 2 years of fighting, Russia's territorial gains can be measured in small slivers on a map. One estimate notes it took over 20 months to advance less than 50 kilometers on a key axis. That's under 100 meters per day and at unimaginable human cost. Yet Washington, D.C., this is discussed primarily as line items in appropriations bills. Do we send another $60 billion? Do we bundle Ukraine aid with Israel aid for political cover? The conversation is about optics and budget mechanics, not about what victory looks like or whether it's even attainable. Meanwhile, defense contractors in the think tank class have never had it better. Factories hum, consulting contracts abound, NATO budgets swell. Every fresh atrocity is an opportunity to argue for another transfer of weapons. When you ask basic questions, what is the exit strategy? How does this end? How long do we keep funding this? What are we doing? You're told that it's unpatriotic or it's pro-Putin, it's a Russia, even to raise these questions. But if 1.3 million casualties is not enough to trigger a serious public debate about objectives, then nothing will be. That tells you what the point of the war from the perspective of many in power is. It may not be to win decisively. It may just be to keep the machine going.
No kidding.
Mark, your comments, please tell the class.
No kidding. Well, first of all, verifying the numbers, 1.3 million. That is a lot of people. And that's saying that's how many Russia alone has lost. Is Russia disputing those figures at all, Travis?
No, apparently Russia is they're adamant about it. But this is actually coming from NATO's numbers. They're saying 1.3. So I'd have to actually dig around to see if Russia's actually reporting those numbers. Now, again, when wartime scenarios, a lot of the conflict has more to do with changing what's happening inside those countries than the actual conflict itself. I know that's
right.
That's kind of a
Yeah,
word
no,
salad
that's true.
but
that's
a
true.
lot of there's a lot of propaganda from all sides into this. But the point remains, these type of numbers, these whole generations of people dying off to this, we're so disassociated from reality that we can't really even picture what that looks like. A million people, and that's just according to the Russian side. I'm sure when you factor in all the casualties in Ukraine, and the Ukrainian soldiers themselves, a lot of who were being picked up in these mobile vans to be put on the front lines at 60 plus years old.
And retarded kids.
And Down syndrome kid. Absolutely.
Oh my God, man.
Being put on the front lines of this kind of stuff. But we're, if folks recall, you were called a conspiracy theorist for thinking these were real, even though thanks to X and Twitter being bought out by Elon, we saw all the videos of exactly that very thing happening. So we disassociate from the actual human death toll to this stuff. War is never something you want to advocate for. It should be the very, very last thing. But if you're like Lindsey Graham, this stuff is like super exciting and you get all titillated and it tickles your ladybugs.
Lindsey Graham is sexually aroused by body counts like that. He is obviously a homosexual. He's a flaming homosexual. No telling what kind of perverted shit that guy is into. But there are a lot of neocons, unfortunately, on the Republican side that get off on this. They're warmongers. And of course, they're not over there fighting. Their kids aren't over there fighting, but they're sure sending all of our money over there. And I just think it's horrible. It was totally avoidable. Knowing what little I do know about that part of the world in Ukraine and everything that's gone on there. I'll be honest with you, Travis. I think the world is bending over backward, trying to make Putin the universal boogeyman, the universal awful, murderous. I see the Matrix setting Putin up for the same way that the Matrix set up the Tate brothers, which we later found out was completely made up. Not only was all the charges against the Tates made up, but the people, the number one witnesses that were brought against them were paid, bribed with USAID money, over $100,000 to testify against the Tates. Putin, I don't know. I'm not saying that he's a saint. I'm not saying that he's without sin. I'm just saying he is the leader of the world's largest Christian nation. And I understand why he went into Ukraine, because of national interest and defense, just like what we would have done. Hell,
On their border, I should add.
on your border. I mean, look what we're doing in Venezuela. Look what we've done. I mean, Travis, and I'm not saying that I know. That's not what I'm saying, because I don't know. I'm speculating. But golly, what I do know, I don't trust my government. I don't trust them, Travis. I think our government is evil. I think our government is corrupt. I think the people that you could count on that are in politics within our government, you could count on maybe one, maybe two hands. And the rest are lying their asses off. They're stealing from us. They don't care about us. They would just assume eradicate us, as look at us. I don't trust any of them. And what's going on in the Russian-Ukrainian border and the loss of life and the destruction is just absolutely horrific. And I think it was completely avoidable. And I know that Trump is beside himself. I think if Trump could end it today, I think he'd do just about anything to do that. I think he has worked very diligently, very hard to end the conflict. I think he's thrown everything at it that he knows what to do. And Trump is really good. He's probably the best that has been in the White House in decades, if not more than 200 years. And it's a mess, bro. It's a mess, and it's a shame.
Man, he's really failing the fascist label if he just can't expand more of these wars. Now, I guess it's still early. Just wait for a visit from Netanyahu, and maybe we can get involved in Iran.
What, Trevor? What are you saying?
I want the anti-Semitic. I did it. I'm sorry.
What, you're gonna smoke a turd in hell for that, buddy.
I
Don't.
I know.
I'll
do it, but
Dude,
I mean,
you can't do that.
We even talked about this. Like, Russia would be. We're allies with worse countries. We're allies with Saudi Arabia.
I mean, look at the values of Russia. What are the values?
Why wouldn't we be allies with Russia? Now,
why would Russia be our greatest ally? That's what Travis, I don't understand this.
I always had this like fascination and kind of like a Russian influence in Texas or a Texas influence in Russia. You know how cool that would be? That would be pretty cool.
Listen,
because there's a lot of similarity. Like I have that.
There's a lot of similarity.
I kind of have that, kind of that utopian dream of like an Orthodox Texas state. That would be super, super awesome. But
were you outlaw transgender stuff? Like what?
Oh yeah. And over there, you try to push that stuff, you do go to the gulag.
Yeah, you go to the gulag. They don't
go
put
to
up
a
with
black
that.
site because they don't fuck around with communist shit.
No, they don't.
Absolutely do not. I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying they still got a lot of their manhood left over there compared to when you look at
you seen some of the Russian women, dude? Okay, you're a married man. I'm not trying to get you in trouble, Brittany. I'm just saying.
I'll tell you, she knew some Russian girls when she went to school.
Woo! Does she know any?
Beautiful.
Can you?
I'll see what I can do for you.
Can you hook a brother up, man?
Hey,
listen, because they're very ladylike. I mean, seriously, dude, they're not like American.
Oh, we covered it on the last show. Like a lot of their culture has to do with cleansing parasites, fasting. They have whole centers dedicated to fasting.
Yeah,
so you can go into these centers and it's part of their actual culture. And you're just not seeing morbidly obese EBT snap queens like you do over here. And there's a reason for that, because they got their shit together. They're structured, they're sound, they protect their culture, unlike us over here.
There's no Negroes in Russia.
Chase each other around and figure out not to label a shooter by their wrong trans identity. That's how crazy it's become now. So yeah. Anyway, all right. Let's go to the next headline here. This one here. So this is kind of a glimpse. We're going to look at Virginia for a second here. So the Democratic strategy is obviously we're going to be in the modest position now. And then when we get into power, we just lift the glove off and full demonic horns come out and everything else in between there. What's an example of this? Well, let's get into it, shall we, folks? While you're being told America is experiencing a wave of right-wing extremism, the people actually writing the laws are quietly making life easier for violent criminals. That's right. In Virginia, House Bill 863 proposes to eliminate mandatory minimum sentences for a long list of serious offenses. Get ready for this one, folks. Manslaughter, rape, possession and distribution of child porn, assaults on law enforcement officers, weapons on school grounds, gang-related crimes, and even some high BAC DUIs. These are not low-level drug possession charges. These are crimes that ruin lives and leave victims shattered and behind. The bill's sponsor, Democratic Ray Cousins, calls this a common sense proposal that ends one-size-fits-all minimum sentences. The talking points are familiar. Judges need flexibility. Mandatory minimums are unfair. We need to address systemic racism. That's the sales pitch, but the law enforcement veterans and prosecutors warns that in the real world, this kind of flexibility almost always runs in one direction, towards leniency for the worst offenders. They argue that HB 863 would essentially invite ideological judges like the Diversity Davis type, which we'll cover here on the show later today. We've seen in Louisville to cut sentences for predators, repeat offenders, and people who have proven they are a danger to the community. The pattern is obvious. Democrats run as moderates, promising to be tough on violent crime while fixing inequities on the margins. Once in power, however, they work to dismantle the very tools like mandatory minimums that keep the most dangerous people off the streets. They tell you that justice demands softer sentencing and that we're too harsh, and all these people need are the resources and that most people get so that they don't turn into violent rapists and offenders, that prisons are full of people who just made a mistake. But when you read the bill text and see which crimes they're talking about, you're realizing the mistake they're worried about is not the kid caught with a joint. It's a rapist, a child porn distributor, and a chronic drunk driver facing real consequences. So, of course, Democrats once again proving where their real priorities lie. I don't know why everything. Well, I do know why. I mean, there's intention behind it. Kind of this anarcho state creation, defund all the things while you let the criminals just kind of make it easier and easier, especially to repeat offend, all in the name of DEI, diversity, equity, inequities, systemic racism, and the game continues on, Marcus. So let's hear what the racist has to say about this kind of minimum sentence.
What
law.
did you say?
Minimum
Did you say? Let's see what the racist has to say.
Yeah. Going over to you now, Mark. You know, do you have a problem, Mark, with mandatory minimum sentences for rapists? Are you racist?
Is that now what determines if you're a racist or not?
According to Virginia Democrats, once they're in power, yes.
Okay,
that's it.
Well, I guess
get the picture, buddy. You racist scum.
I guess I am. Listen. Hey, if the shoe fits, pal, that's what I'm saying. Okay.
Are you talking about the main class of donors that worked with Epstein? You're talking about the Democrats. Are you being a fascist?
Well, yeah, you know what? I guess I am. I was a proud member of the Proud Boys. Does that make me a fascist or a racist?
Cut the feed.
Just cut it off. Okay, hang on.
Cut the feed.
Whoa, shut her down. Shut her down. Man, I went there.
Yeah, can you speak to the don't you think it's here, let me ask Mark this one. As a former policeman, you've sprawled the downtown vicinity near Third World. You saw rapes live. You saw some absolutely crazy shit. What is wrong with softer sentencing for these people, Mark?
You know, I can tell you that when criminals are on the street, there is a direct correlation to the amount of crime and the amount of criminals that are on the street. So when you take the criminals off the street, now, I guess, are there other ways to take criminals off the street other than incarcerating them behind bars? I mean, I'm just saying, however you want to take criminals off the street, when you take criminals off the street, then there is less crime. So if you get all the criminals off the street, guess what happens to crime?
It contributes to systemic racism. Well,
what's wrong with that?
There's a lot wrong with that, Mark. First of all,
Actually, no, there's not.
certain demographics commit more of the crimes, but they lack the resources that Caucasian or part Caucasian folks have. Like me, I'm half Hispanic, half German descent, European. You could call me a Beaner Schnitzel. That could probably. I came up with that on my own. Just that was. Man, we're rolling the show today, baby.
Hey, como tu frijol? How you been?
Yes.
Okay.
So speaking as a Beaner Schnitzel, I think if you just hone in on some of these hard crimes and it hits one demographic, it's not because it is that one demographic. It's because the Schnitzel side of me contributed to them contributing to crime. Does that make sense? Are you following?
No, I guess so. My experience simply was there was a bunch of Negroes in Third Ward that were terrorizing the neighborhood. They were selling the dope. They were raping. They were pillaging. They were robbing. They were starting fires. They were murdering people. That's just what I observed. That was my experience working the mean streets of Houston. Now, if I went over to the East End, which was navigation in that area, there was mostly Hispanic. There were some issues over there too as well. Not as bad, but it was not as how do I put it?
Not as violent and bloody and just hardcore.
Well, it was bloody. It was bloody, but it was more controlled. In other words, over on the Hispanic side, if somebody got knifed or killed or something like that, it was usually because they were fucking up and they probably needed it. On the black side, over in the Third Ward, it was just more random. It was just more like, there's somebody, let's go jack them up or let's go rob them. Or I remember one time I made this call and it was some people in a crack house and some old guy, and he was all out of his mind. And there's this lady lying dead on the floor next to him. And he said that he was, just talking to him because he was just sitting on the couch. He was completely obliterated. So I said, well, who's that? And she was dead. She'd been hit upside the head with a 2x4. And he goes, that's my sister. And I said, oh, okay. Did you hit her in the head with the board? And he goes, yeah, I had to kill him, but I didn't fuck her. Well, it ended up that he had. So there was just stuff like that was kind of commonplace in the Third Ward, whereas in the on the Hispanic side, it was mostly around like on Friday night, people getting a little tanked up, a little drinking, a little partying, and you'd show up to a disturbance at one of these little Latino bars, or what do they call them? I don't know my Spanish. I'm not. You said you were half Mexican.
It's not registering.
Okay, well, anyway, and you just pull up and there'd be a body laying out in the street in front of the bar, and you'd go, okay, what the hell? So you walk in, and of course, the killing happened inside the bar. They had already mopped up the blood and this and that. And they threw the body.
Oh, that's kind of like
nobody saw nothing, bro. Everybody was in the bathroom at the same time when the knifing happened or the shooting. You know what I'm saying? So it was that, so these are some of the cultural differences or the differences. But at the end of the day, it was very, very apparent. It still is very, very apparent. The vast majority of violent crime is carried out by young Black males. That's just a fact. There's no refuting that. That is exactly what's going on. It's not happening up in Wewoka, Oklahoma like that.
I'm going to take over the screen now because that's too much racism for one segment.
Is that too much?
I just can't.
I'm sorry.
What we need, Mark,
okay,
is not for them to be put away. People that, like that one guy you saw actually raping a girl in the bushes.
Oh, yeah. I caught that one. Yeah.
No, people like that need softer sentences because the Schnitzel side of us.
Yeah.
It's basically the reason they're committing these crimes. Haven't you heard this? Don't you follow these university professors and all this stuff? Mark, are you that far behind?
I guess I am. I never went to university.
There it is right there, folks.
That's the problem.
That's why you don't understand why we need to soften mandatory minimums for people like, especially for, apparently it's for rape under 13 or something.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Democrats just keep doing what they do. They are the gift that keeps on giving. But you know what the GOP is?
What?
They're the receiving end of the gifts that just throws it away. It just puts it back.
They just say, move along, nothing to
can't really call them a gift that keeps on giving with these policies and the actual fallout that happens from these policies.
Right.
The GOP, fear not, is investigating Bad Bunny for poo-poo words.
What?
On the Super Bowl halftime broadcast.
Are
That's
you
right, folks. If you didn't hear about it, Congress and some members in the political party in the GOP are pushing to investigate if there were bad words said in Puerto Rican during the halftime Super Bowl show. So don't worry, folks.
But hang on. Okay, hang on.
The GOP is all over this stuff. Okay, guys?
Okay, so they're all over Bad Bunny cussing in Espanol during the halftime show, but the Epstein stuff is where are they at with their investigations on the Epstein stuff, Travis? Do you know? How many investigations are launched now that
they did just dump a bunch of files and then
they've had a bunch of files out there. I mean, they said what?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. This is making me a little uncomfortable because I kind of like these priorities.
Bad Bunny cuss words
investigations. I'll put it on the screen now. House Republicans eye official investigation into Bad Bunny Super Bowl halftime show. Last fall, Donald Trump said he was unfamiliar with Bad Bunny, but nevertheless considered the entertainer's role as the Super Bowl halftime performer to be absolutely ridiculous. Months later during the game, the president went further and it goes into it. So anyway, yeah, that goes on. And of course, folks, we're being facetious because this is what the GOP does. There's real serious stuff over here, but poo-poo words on live TV. I mean, I don't know. I feel like poo-poo words on TV for the Super Bowl kind of outweighs the Epstein stuff, don't you? Kind of like anti-Semitic coffee shops in San Diego or San Francisco.
Okay, well,
priorities.
Okay, yeah, priorities.
We're trying to win the midterms, Mark.
Yes, I get it. And if I could just do a shameless plug right here on one of my latest products to come out with, I've got little yellow rubber bracelets that have WWPD on it. What would Putin do? And I'm thinking that if Putin was the president, he would probably be hunting down. He'd be sending Spetsnaz troops after people like George Soros. And
wait,
what is that?
Way. This guy's a Russia. You're a Russia. I brought you onto this podcast. We started doing this, but I didn't know you were carrying water for the Kremlin. What am I going to do?
Am I going to? Do you want a bracelet? What would
I
Putin
don't
do?
know what would Putin do. I'm going to cry.
WWPD. What would Putin do?
Travis, I feel better when Bad Bunny gets arrested for poo-poo words.
You sound like Hey, remember in Anchorman? Did you see Anchorman? After Ron Burgundy,
it's been a long time.
After Ron Burgundy said the F word, and they're getting ready, and that one guy that goes up to Ron and says, "Ron, you got poop mouth." That's what you just sounded like.
Oh man! All right, that's enough.
That's what I feel. That's what I feel like. I mean, we're being ridiculous. But we're demonstrating absurdity.
The Dow is over $50,000. Okay. We can complain about other stuff when it's under $50,000 because that's how the Dow's measured, apparently, in dollars. Okay, I digress. I guess this segment is also, I know we're going through the 5 headlines, but
Travis,
midterm strategery. Oh, thank you.
they're really going after bad. They're launching an investigation. Make no mistake about it.
I haven't seen.
Nobody's
the
going after.
Apparently, they did the investigation. It was cleared, kind of like everybody in the Epstein files, but they really didn't clear anybody because nobody was implicated, but they were. But then the names were redacted. But now they're unredacted, and it's in there with Janis Joplin and Elvis Presley. But don't look into it too much. And now there's all this chaos all around it. Just midterms.
Okay.
Midterms, man.
Right.
And the Dow is above $50,000. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Thanks,
so
man.
with that being said, can I ask you a question? If you didn't calculate the proper number of pens, pencils, staples, and paper clips in your office and pay the taxes on them to the county, would they do the same type of investigation with you, or would they send armed law enforcement to?
Let me hone in on what Mark is specifically talking about here. So the counties here in Texas, if you own a small business and you rent out a space and you've got computers, you've got other kinds of things that are helping you contribute to your income as a business,
The tools of your trade.
the tools of your trade that help you, turn a profit and deliver whatever service and goods you're providing, you are assessed a property tax on those elements inside your business, inside the place you're renting. That's right, folks. And if you don't, by the way, they can seize all of your assets from your business until you pay their share of it. Matter of fact, Defiance Press got an official notification from Harris County, one of the bluest counties, probably the bluest county. I don't know. There's one in Dallas. It's probably more. But I don't know. Houston's the lovely melting pot that smells like third world shit when you go down there. But anyway, They send a letter saying the same thing. I have a storage unit that houses our booths for our trade shows or wherever we're going to do with Defiance Press Publishing. But those produce an income. So Harris County sends an assessment form so I can detail what all I have in my unit so they can assess a property tax charge. And if I don't pay it, they can take what's in that unit.
Well, how do they go about taking it?
Doesn't that sound super Texan, right? Everybody's complaining about Abbott and Mark. How long have Republicans run Texas?
Forever. I mean, but we
like
keep
the 90s, since I was born in 1988.
Probably the 80s.
Oh, maybe
80s.
Before then. Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway,
but how do they take your stuff?
Don't worry though.
How do they take your stuff?
They will come in by the barrel of a gun. They will get in your property and they will seize it.
So they're going to send men with guns to come and take your property if you don't properly assess the value of paper clips in storage
that are producing an income. So I guess even the urinal cakes, I'm a fan of the urinal cakes. I
love the urinal cake.
I love
the urinal cake. Yes.
But I wouldn't have bought them if I knew I was going to have to pay a property tax assessment on my urinal cakes. So I know we're being facetious, folks, but that's how ridiculous.
No, we're not being. No, Travis. Actually,
this is how ridiculous the reality is.
This is reality.
This is reality. So
you literally got to. You literally got to let
in Texas. So everybody will. Oh, Abbott, guys.
Abbott is a.
Is anybody else sick of just?
Oh, dude.
We're just gonna throw our weight behind random Republicans, and then we do this. We'll just do this, and then you got the boomer crowds.
Because they're watching Fox News, Travis.
You're gonna give power to the man. We just got to get away from Travis. These people. Term limits, I'll say for one, and also blank slate. Everybody needs to go. Every person in politics, blank slate constantly. It shouldn't be this easy to run roughshod over Texans and Americans in general. So anyway. All right, let's go to the next headline here. This is an interesting one. Mark, I remember last year, me and you having a show talking about this kind of stuff when it was going down. The El Paso airspace shutdown for 10 days. The skies over El Paso, Texas went dark. The FAA abruptly issued a temporary flight restriction grounding all flights up to 8,000 feet around the city, citing special security reasons tied to national defense airspace. Commercial flights were halted, medical flights were delayed, travelers were left scrambling, and local officials, including the mayor and members of Congress, were kept largely in the dark about what was actually happening. The official explanation was vague and contradictory, to say the least. Initially, administration officials claimed the closure was triggered by cartel drones entering U.S. airspace from Mexico. Later, CNN and other outlets reported the real reason was the Pentagon's plan to test a counter-drone laser system in the area. Technology they'd been evaluating in more isolated regions, but now wanted to deploy near a major city. And there is a lot of folks in El Paso, by the way. Sources told reporters the military had shot down 4 Mylar balloons with the laser earlier in the week, and the FAA shut down the airspace to avoid conflicts with commercial aviation during further testing. Here's what that means. Your border communities are being used as a live fire laboratory for future conflicts. The Pentagon wants to test anti-drone weapon systems, and they're doing it in overpopulated areas with minimal transparency and coordination. When pressed, officials fall back on national security language that shuts down all questions, connects this to the broader pattern. Cartel drone activity is real. Iranian drone threats are being hyped, and domestic airspace is being militarized in ways that treat American cities as forward operating bases. The war drums aren't just beating overseas, they're echoing over your own airspace, and you're not entitled to know what's being done above your head. So, a few comments on this before I turn it over to Mark for commentary here. Number one, it's hard to just accept whatever reason they're telling us. Whatever reason they're giving to the public, you can automatically assume they're lying, they're playing it down, whatever the case. They're testing these weapons. But Mark, I still have a memory, unlike most of the public who are like goldfish when it comes to this stuff. Don't you remember all the drones popping up all over the East Coast and all this stuff? And
we never got
somehow
any of that.
In El Paso, we're just now testing these laser capabilities to shoot them down, but we had all these stories going on then about these drones, and nobody could figure out where they came from. You weren't supposed to shoot them down, but they weren't ours, and we didn't have the technology to do it. And then you hear this story. So really curious to hear Mark's thoughts on this one.
Well, as a drone pilot myself,
certified.
No, I don't get certified because I'm not getting another fucking license from the fucking U.S. government. They can fuck off. No, I just fly my drone as a.
You fly right up the ass.
I fly it right up their fucking ass, dude. I'm sick of them. I'm a renegade, bro. They can come get me. You know, I agree with you, Travis. I don't believe a word the government says. I don't believe a word that the media says. I don't believe anything. Who knows what this was? Who knows what it is? I do know that the El Paso, the main reason El Paso was there is because of Fort Bliss. No, not Fort Bliss. Is it Fort? What's the big base there? There's a couple of big bases right there in El Paso. Is it Elgin? What is it, Travis? Can you pull that up there real quick? It's a huge Army base. It's a missile base.
Fort Bliss.
Fort Bliss. Okay, it is Fort Bliss. Okay. It is a massive.
That's a 1.1 million acre base.
Yeah, it's massive.
It's huge.
No, it's huge. It's a live fire base. It's where our 1st Cavalry Division, I believe, operates out of. It is enormous. It is a, you can say that whole area there, which is the very western tip of Texas, obviously, and the very eastern southern border of New Mexico meet the border of Mexico. Strategically, that is a very important spot in the United States. There is no telling. I can say this. I find it unlikely that the U.S. government shuts down all the airspace because the cartels decide to fly a drone over and we shoot it out of the sky with one of our lasers. I find it very difficult to believe that would be a reason for the U.S. government to shut down. For the U.S. government to shut down the airspace, even if it's just commercial flights, that is a big hit, especially on a local economy like El Paso.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't there the guy that got blown up at the Trump hotel, the stuff that went away in the headlines for less than a week after it occurred? Really strange story. And Sean Ryan came out and they were talking about this drone activity. How
Yes, they were.
there are drones from other countries infiltrating our airspaces, and also some other. And I forget everything that went down during that time, but it was related to this drone activity stuff. And then we see this one. So I'm just kind of throwing it out there. I'm not trying to
that's a
connect
great
dots where
point.
there aren't. I'm just saying there's obviously something we're being lied about the capability of these drones, where they're coming from. Are they our own? Are they private?
Are they drones? Are they drones? Is it something else?
What's going on? Is our air defenses being constantly tested by some of this stuff? Is it time to change the guard for the next policeman of the world? China.
I mean,
you never know.
Don't forget, it wasn't that long ago. China flew a weather balloon over the entire continent.
Oh my God! We couldn't even shoot that thing down. They just kind of let it float for a long time. So
float over all of our main military Air Force bases and strategic command bases in the continental United States. Travis, I think the default that real Americans, I think our default must be that every time the government says anything, they are lying. They are making it up.
Yeah.
And we are the lab rats. We're the lab rats. The enemy is our government. We've
said this before. It's like waking up in a lab, being the mice and saying, what are they doing to us today? I kind of feel like that's what we do on the show here. It's like, what did they do on us this week?
Yes,
what was
exactly.
the narrative cycle and doing all this? What did we get lied to about today? So it keeps happening. It's something to pay attention to. Again,
because something's going on.
And you're really good at this, Mark, with the whole prepping thing. But I'm going to start saying this now because kind of seeing the rumblings to it, folks, you got to be prepared for any kind of random scenario, like an EMP, all that kind of stuff. So we could probably do a whole show on that. Mark would be really good to lead that conversation. So we won't do that here today. But folks, stay vigilant, stay armed, but have a plan. Mark is really good at getting your thought process to go. What if it happened right now? We're sitting here eating dinner. Mark has the ability to freak you out realistically, and also ask questions as far as, okay, if you're going to do that, well, here's the other fallout behind it. Anyway, I think, Mark, that's something we'll have to do, because there's a lot of questions I never even asked myself in these different scenarios, and it is important to know what your plan is under a worst case scenario.
Well, something I tell people to try if they're brave enough to try it, and it's not difficult, but it is interesting. Dads, and don't tell your wife, don't tell your kids, just get up Saturday morning early before everybody gets up, go to your breaker box and just shut down all the power and turn off the water. Go outside, turn off your water to the house, and turn off your breaker box. No water, no power. And when people get up and they go to turn on the light, they go to brush their teeth, they go to the potty, and there's no water, that's when you explain to them, okay, guys, let's do an experiment today. There is no water. There is no power.
What do you do?
What do we do? There's no going to the store. There's no going to the store to get water. There's no going to the store to get food.
And this was a moment during the ice storms we had here in the Houston area, all over Texas, really. But one of the things that my wife noticed is when she went to the grocery store, and the freeze hadn't even started yet. This was like 2 days from the freeze. You go into the grocery store, empty shelves, nothing.
Yeah, wiped out.
Nothing. I said, doesn't that scare you how vulnerable we really are? You know how easy it would be to mass starve millions of people in the United States because of this UN coined term interdependence. We don't even feed ourselves in these countries. In our country, we depend on all these other nations to ship in their junk and pesticide heavy metal laden crap all over us, our plastic emulsifying bread, because they love you and they care about your teefies and they need you to put fluoride in there, and they got extra potent fluoride for your newborn baby in case the level of evil in all of this, I don't think can be coined down to one show. So I won't digress too much about it, but anyway, the point being, stay vigilant, stay prepared. We'll try to bring you some quality material as far as what questions you should be asking under worst case scenario, how we could help you plan for the plan. What is your plan during an absolute breakdown? Because folks, that is absolutely terrifying. It definitely terrified my wife in context of it. What do you do when there's nothing on the shelf? You don't have a farm in your backyard. You should be growing something. Heirloom seeds specifically. Yeah. So eventually we'll get to talking about that. Good little sidetrack on there, Mark. Okay. We're still on the
end of the day. Yeah. At the end of the day, look, the government's lying. You need to create a mental attitude that the default is, and that includes Fox News. People say, so you think President Trump is lying to us? I think there's things he's lying to us about. Obviously, he knows
absolutely.
There's things
absolutely.
I also believe that Trump is not in on the loop on everything either. I am telling you, he's not in the
nuance. I think he froze there. Oh, come back. Please come back.
I'm here. Are you there?
Please come back.
I see you.
Oh,
I'm here. I see you. I saw you.
Yeah, nuance,
Travis.
You can have. This is nuance and context. It's like, oh, if you think Trump's doing it bad, you're just with the Democrat. Folks, I'm seeing a lot of weird left rabbit activity now happening on the right side when it comes to this stuff. That's not good. That's a bad sign. Trump could not be in on it, but he's now complicit. Do y'all understand? And at least the cover up to it. Now, a lot of people speculate it could have to do with the economy falling out if everybody does it, which I think Mark and I would both agree. Let it explode. If the whole system
let it burn, baby.
Pedophiles, then let the fucking thing burn. We'll
burn.
Or, to me, this is a little more plausible. There's a certain foreign country involved in this that we just can't go poo-poo on.
What? What are you alluding to, Travis? What are you?
I don't know. I think we need more coffee shops investigated. That's kind of what I'm getting at. So,
dang,
you're freezing up there, buddy.
Yeah, you were freezing up a little bit too. I think we're both getting frozen up. I think the government might be doing something to us right now.
They may not like this show. We're a little more organized today.
Don't put anything past any of them, brother.
Effective here. So,
listen. We've had some interesting things happening, buddy.
Oh, yeah. We got some USBs hidden around for some prospective authors. We'll put it that way. Some crazy shit going on that I don't even know how to navigate, to be honest with you. It freaks me out, freaks my family out, but I digress. Okay. Let's go to the next headline here.
Okay.
This one being the Democrat gift that keeps on giving. Folks, I'm going to lay this out for you in that this is really bad news for Republicans. Okay. Polling data has come out on the front runner for the Democratic Party. Now, we don't know if this person's going to be chosen, but hold on and brace for yourselves. Kamala Harris was arguably the least popular vice president in modern American history. She presided over the border crisis as the so-called border czar, laughed drunkenly through some of the administration's worst moment, and saw her approval ratings crater. She was the face of failure for 4 years. And yet, according to multiple polls released, she is the leading Democratic candidate for the 2028 presidential nomination. Now, what I will say, why do I feel like... Okay, let me just go through the article, and then we'll do commentary. A focal data poll shows Harris at 39% among Democratic voters, while the California Governor Gavin Newsom at 21% and AOC at 10%. A Harvard-Harris poll puts her ahead of the pack. Betting markets favored Newsom slightly, but the polling averages compiled by Race to the White House show Harris with a 27.5% lead nationally. She even relaunched her social media presence on February 5th with a rebrand called Headquarters, a progressive content hub led by Gen Z that signals she's gearing up for another one. The same media that told you she was historic, competent, battle-tested while the border collapse and inflation soared is now rehabilitating her image for 2028. Their narrative is already being written. She's experienced. She's a known quantity. She's the logical next step for the party. She's a lady. This isn't This isn't democracy in action.
No, my God.
This is WWE booking. The storyline is pre-written in the back office with the promos getting cut on cable news, and you, the voter, are the mark paying for a ticket to show you didn't ask to see. The Democratic bench is so weak, so devoid of actual leaders that recycling failed vice president is somehow the best option they have. Now, here's my commentary to this. This is what it looks like when your entire party is relegated to a female demographic. Just saying. You have the worst candidate possible. You have the worst candidate possible being they're gonna give it to you again. They're gonna give it to you again. Even with this failed candidate, why do I still feel like Republicans will fuck this up, Mark?
Oh, well, I don't trust our election system at all. Look, we now know. We know for a fact that the 22 election was stolen. We know it for a fact. The evidence is out. It isn't a surprise to any of us who are paying attention. We saw it happen before us. We woke up that morning and saw the blip. We saw the stuff going on in Fulton County, Georgia. We saw it. They did it. They cheat. Right?
Whoa. First of all, the administration is doing something about election fraud. We raided Fulton County with cameras.
Okay, right.
And we had news there.
Yeah.
And that's it. Because that's all it takes, Mark. We have video of the raid there. I don't know of any arrests or investigations.
Well, we got some strongly worded letters coming.
We got strongly worded letters.
We got some strongly worded letters
we
coming.
We also have news clips and newsreels.
Okay. Yeah.
You're welcome. Right?
Yeah. And so my point is, I don't know if listen, we know for a fact that Kennedy stole the election from Nixon. His father bought the votes in Chicago to put for people that don't know the history of that election, Nixon beat Kennedy. Kennedy's father stole the election from Nixon. It was one of the closest elections in American history, no doubt about it. But the votes to put Kennedy over the top was in Mayor Daley's Chicago, one of the most corrupt Democrat-run cities in the country. And Joe Kennedy bought the mayor. They got it was like 300 or 400 votes that put Kennedy in the White House. Nixon knew that it was stolen. They had the evidence. They saw it happen. They had all the evidence. And this is what Nixon, and he wrote about it in his memoirs. It was no secret. Nixon did not want to put the country through what that would have turned into. And Nixon thought it would have ripped America apart if they exposed that the Democrats had literally stolen that election. So just like in what us Republicans always do, what do we do, Travis? What do Republicans do over and we bend over, we grab our ankles without any lube whatsoever, and then what?
We write letters. They got strong words on them, Mark. How dare you?
Like what kind of words, Travis?
All this money that we're donating to these campaigns, I feel like they're delivering. I personally like a strongly worded letter while everything around me is turning into a third world cesspit. Personally, that's just me though.
Okay, like these are strong words. Like testosterone or muscle or what strong word? What do you mean? Strong?
I don't know, because I don't think it has to have a toxic masculinity tinge to it. I think Bondi can write a real scathing letter.
Scathing?
Yes, like very, like, like, I'm so mad and I need you to do something about it. And we're going to write a letter about doing something about it. And that's doing something, right?
I had no idea. So that's what. Okay, well, listen.
Look, hey, you said yourself you didn't go to college.
Yeah, no,
I took some community college. I got about like, I don't know, 8 hours under my belt. So this will go way over your head, buddy.
It's going way over my head because my entire life,
I'm sorry.
All I've watched is Republicans bend over, grab the ankles, and just say, "Go to town, buddy." And it's like Ned Beatty in Deliverance. And we pull them panties right down.
We like to squeal too, don't we?
We squeal like a pig. I'm telling you, there ain't nothing like hearing a bunch of Republicans squeal like pigs. And this is why we're where we're at. And people are sick of it. Republicans are sick of it. That's why I don't think Trump knew what he was. Listen, I think there's very few politicians in American history that are so attuned and so politically in tune with their base and their people. And I think Trump is brilliant. There's so many things about Trump that is very impressive. I'm not a Trump hater. But this is the reality. Trump miscalculated when he made that comment in that cabinet meeting where he was having a conversation with Pam Bondi, just so we remember.
We're still talking about Epstein.
There we go.
Look,
Travis,
whoever's advising him on this, because I do think he's wildly out of touch with it, but he should know better given that this was a constant talking point on the campaign trail.
But I don't think he knows, but Travis,
look, I don't think he does either. I honestly,
and that's not an intelligence thing. That's not an intelligence thing.
I agree with you. I'm with you there, but that's why we all know you could turn the narrative around. You could dump it on its
like
head.
this, like right now.
He can get on TV right now and do
right
this.
now.
But that's going to bring us over to our next segment. And for this segment, this is our segment called Everything is Fake and Gay. This segment is about the incompetence, the actors, and the scripted theater that passes for governance. We're looking at 3 stories to show you people running things don't know the basics, they don't care about oversight, and are protected by a media that treats their failures as content instead of scandals. Yes. We're talking about Sheriff McFadden. Why don't we show the class in there this clip before we get started?
Fatty McFadden? Oh, dude, oh, shit, you're going to show it.
It's quickly, concisely. I will plainly ask you to answer my questions quickly, concisely, and not go on a long tirade because I'm going to do my best not to be disrespectful. I don't want my time wasted either. So first, if I were to classify your position as the highest law enforcement officer in the county, would that be a fair description?
That's correct.
And as such, you made reference earlier that you're a constitutional office. My colleague made reference that there are constitutional divisions amongst responsibilities between us and you. What branch of government do you operate under?
Mecklenburg County.
What branch of government do you operate under? Sure.
Constitution of the United States.
Oh,
correct.
shit.
That is what establishes the branches of government. I'm asking which branch you fall under.
Mecklenburg County.
Oh,
I'm a duly sworn Mecklenburg County Sheriff. We answer to the people of Mecklenburg County.
This was not where I was anticipating getting stuck. Are you aware of how many branches of government there are?
No.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, my God.
For the sake of debate, I will move on and say there are 3 branches of government: legislative, executive, judicial. Of those 3, which do you believe you fall under?
I believe I fall under the last one.
Would you say it to me?
Judicial.
Oh, God.
You are incorrect, sir. You fall under the
God.
executive. And as a member of the executive, what do you believe your primary function is?
Care and custody of those in my custody at the Mecklenburg County Detention Center.
What the?
Okay. So you get the gist, folks. Let's go through
Hey,
the article.
Brett, hey, real quick, Travis, question. Because I don't know is he an elected? Is that I think all sheriffs are elected. I could be wrong. Different states, different counties have. Can you look at?
Look, Mark is aching to get into this one. Let me break down the story for you, Marcus.
Okay, because this is
everything is fake and gay. This is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. So, and I don't chalk everything up to incompetence and stupidity, but when you look at government, deny that we are run by fucking retards. If you want to understand why everything feels broken and fake, look at who actually run things. In North Carolina, you have Mecklenburg County Sheriff Gary McFadden, a man whose office let a habitual violent felon stay on the street long enough to murder a woman named Irina Zarutska.
Oh,
then he gets hauled.
Oh, geez, he's the
then
sheriff over.
That's the sheriff overseeing that case, Mark.
Oh my God!
Then he gets hauled to the state oversight hearing, and when the legislator asks him basic 5th grade civics questions, which branch of government does your office belong to, he cannot answer. He guesses. He says he works for the judiciary. A state representative has to walk a sitting sheriff through 3 branches of government on live TV like he's tutoring a middle schooler who didn't do the reading. This is the guy in charge of your safety. North Carolinians and everyone in the room treats it as entertainment, as a viral clip, not as proof that he should be nowhere near a badge or a jail, or especially enforcing any kind of criminal laws. McFadden has already made headlines for refusing to cooperate with ICE, publicly stating he doesn't have to work with federal immigration enforcement unless directed by a federal judge, which is a failure of your duty under the executive branch, I should add, by the way. That position, combined with his apparent ignorance of which branch the government employs him, paints a picture of someone wielding power with zero understanding of the constitutional framework that's supposed to constrain it. This isn't a gaffe. It's a systemic problem. And no, not systemic racism, systemic retardation. The people enforcing the law don't understand how the law works, and the oversight process has become a content farm for social media instead of a mechanism for accountability. Awesome article. I'm going to pat myself on the back for that one, because yes, it seems, Mark, our body politic is now theater, where everything you do on, whether it's a state legislative body or the federal legislative body, punch and duty theater so that your content can go viral. Nothing about actually getting things done, like removing this fucking retard from his position and putting someone in there that understands the law and the Constitution of the United States. Mark, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on this one. Did you have a retarded sheriff you worked under like this?
I had a retarded captain who happened to be of the darker persuasion. Mm-hmm. He was retarded. It seems like retardation hits the sub-Saharans a little harder, maybe, than some of the other ethnicities. I don't know. Can I say that?
I think so.
Okay. All right. But this goes back to, Travis, that this is a voter problem. One of the things that Americans, or the U.S. citizens, not Americans. Americans understand this. We have very few Americans left in America. Most of the U.S. citizens are not Americans, unfortunately. But Americans understand that you can't have a bunch of people voting. The founders knew this. The founders never set our republic up where you have everybody over 18 gets to vote. That was never the intention. In fact, they warned against it. They wrote about it extensively. That's one of the reasons why I said women cannot vote. You can't let women vote. Women brain does not tend to. Women think of security and safety and things that are antithetical to freedom. So you can't have a free society, a free republic, and have 50% of your voters thinking security and safety first. So you can't.
Let me stop you right there.
Okay.
Because this is a perfect example where the traditional aspects of, the duties of men and women looking to men for the protector. Well, now that you basically said, screw all men, screw a family unit, my daddy is now this guy.
Yeah, exactly.
So now, instead of going to somebody who cares and has a duty to love, honor, respect, protect, and give you that safety, you're now outsourcing it to the government.
Right, exactly. And that was by design. And so what we have is we have a retarded electorate electing retarded politicians, retarded public servants. This guy here, it reminds me of the guy who's the black congressman that was talking about when we were going to be adding another 1,500 Marines to the island of Guam. Hank Thompson. Is it Hank Thompson? I think it's. He's still in Congress in Georgia. He's still in Congress. I don't know if you can find the clip, Travis. For those of our viewers that are not familiar with this is a shit you not. This actually happened. It's not a joke. It is not a joke. Our military decided to move an additional 1,500 Marines to the island of Guam. The island of Guam is a U.S. territory. It's not a state, it's territory. And we have a base there. We have lots of military out there. This is out in the Pacific, okay? And we were moving 1,500 Marines, additional Marines to Guam. And so there was a congressional hearing on this. And there was an admiral. Marine Corps falls under the Department of the Navy. That's why. Anyway, there's an admiral there being questioned by different members of whatever committee this was that Hank Thompson was apparently a part of as a sitting congressman, the U.S. Congress.
Let's have some fun, shall we?
Oh, there we go. Okay, play it. Roll it, Travis.
Well, let me move on.
Partisan
then.
politics.
Sir, you are a member
whatsoever. In
you
my
are
work
you are a
My
member
work
of the
was
Federalist
independent.
Society, are you not?
and fair.
Are you a
No, this
member of the
isn't it.
Federalist Society?
This is
I am
not
not a
it?
member of the.
No, that's not it,
But you
bro.
are a Republican, though, aren't you?
I am a registered Republican.
Yes, sir. And you're doing everything
That's
you
him.
can do to get
But that's not
President
it.
Trump reelected so that you.
Yeah, that ain't it. Sorry,
No,
folks.
that's let's just do Hank Thompson Guam and it'll pop right up. So I'll set it up here. So this just much like that right there, what you saw. Everybody's seen these committee hearings, okay? These congressional committee hearings. So there's an admiral. I don't know the admiral's name. He's sitting before this congressional committee. It happens to be on TV. This looks like it might be it. Roll tape.
Its widest level is 12 miles from shore to shore, and at its smallest level or smallest location, it's 7 miles between one shore and the other. Is that correct?
I don't have the exact dimensions, but to your point, sir, I think Guam is a small island.
Very
relatively
small island, and about 24 miles, if I recall, long. So 24 miles long, about 7 miles wide at the least widest place on the island, and about 12 miles wide on the widest part of the island. And I don't know how many square miles that is. Do you happen to know?
I don't have that figure with me, sir. I can certainly supply it to you if you'd like.
Yeah, my fear is that the whole island will become so overly populated that it will tip over and capsize.
Okay.
That is not made up.
Listen.
That is
Hold on. I need to know, how has Australia been doing it?
Well, Australia's a lot bigger, Travis.
Okay, so
Guam
it's
is
but
tiny.
how are they not like bumping into like different I just now I'm worried about Hawaii.
That's
Now
because
there's
no,
things
no,
after watching
Travis.
that.
No, Travis, that's because of the equator.
Oh, does the equator distribute equal rights?
No.
To
You see, the
indigenous
equator,
peoples
it's
too?
a band that goes around and holds everything.
Oh, I thought the equator was what gave natural people their sovereign rights.
No.
Am I
You're
not?
really confused. Yeah,
Oh.
you're thinking of longitude.
Eleanor Graces just sent me that. She
Okay,
said that's
well,
what the equator
Eleanor-
is. It distributes equality naturally.
Well,
No,
look.
I don't know.
You
Eleanor's
call-
got a PhD, buddy. So
Yeah, but where's Roger? You don't know where Roger is. I think Eleanor's right now being serviced, if you know what I mean. So she's a little distracted.
Mm.
But Hank Thompson, that was for the people that are watching this, what you just played. There are people, when that first came out, there were people that thought, and this is before AI, people thought that that was made up, that somehow or another somebody got a hold of that and created that and made that just to make Hank Thompson look bad. Hank Thompson, I think that's his name, the congressman.
Hank Johnson.
Hank Johnson. That's it. Hank Johnson. No, that is Hank Johnson. That is not the only thing he's ever said stupid in front of the cameras. That man is dumber than a box of hair. And he keeps getting reelected every 2 years. So this is what most people do. They look at Hank Thompson. They go, "How is that? That guy's an idiot. That guy's an idiot."
He's still there?
I look at it like this. Imagine the people that are voting for him. Okay.
And again,
there's lots of them. They live amongst us. Should we guess at what racial these folks make up? Can we maybe take a guess?
Voting, and this is who they're looking to for answers. And continuing on this segment on everything being fake and gay, let's go over to LaMonica McIver. Take the stage.
Here we go. Let's go to LaMonica.
So let me ask you some questions that you may be able to answer.
She needs to.
Did she say axe?
I don't want to get chopped up. Okay, let's listen.
Okay.
So let me ask you some questions that you may be able to answer. Mr. Lyons, do you consider yourself a religious man?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yes. Okay, well, how do you think Judgment Day will work for you with so much blood on your hands?
I'm not going to entertain that question.
Oh, okay, of course not. Do you think you're going to hell, Mr. Lyons?
I'm not going to entertain.
Of course not. How many government...
The gentlelady will suspend. The gentlelady will suspend.
Chairman?
A gentlelady will suspend as I...
This is how everything's just so fake.
That's LaMonica. That's LaMonica, man.
The same Cloud World energy shows up in Congress. And I'll go through the article here. In an ICE oversight hearing, supposed to be about whether our immigration laws are enforced, whether the border is secure, Rep. LaMonica McIver, and I'm probably mispronouncing that, but I don't care because I don't speak Ebonics, spends her time axing the acting ICE director if he's religious and whether he thinks he is going to hell for doing his job. Not are you following the law, not why are criminal aliens being released. She wants a soundbite.
Yes, she does.
You think you're going to hell? When he refuses to play along, she interrupts and insists she's just axing an innocent question while using the money to posture for the cameras and social media clips. Hearings aren't oversight anymore. They're TikTok auditions.
Yes, they are.
The message to every bureaucrat is, we're not here to fix the system. We're here to perform morality in front of an audience. This is the same moral universe.
Don't think about it neither.
That will show up later when we talk about the Liam Conejo Ramos story, where ICE is always framed as the villain, regardless of the facts. When elected, officials use congressional hearings to morally grandstand and accuse law enforcement officers of being damned for enforcing duly passed laws. They signal to activists, to media, and their base that the real enemy is not the criminal alien who rapes and murders, or just breaks the law generally.
No, sir.
But the agent who tries to catch him.
Travis, the devil made me do it.
The devil being Whitey?
Yes, the devil made me do it. Listen, hey. Now look, LaMonica, that was her name, right? She got 14 children. And she was going down to meet her family that's down in Faraday, Louisiana. And she had to call up, the Greyhound to see about getting a round trip tickets for her and her children's. But she found out that over the children's that were over 4 get charged as adults, and so she lost her motherfucking mind, girl. And she just said no, she ain't doing that. She ain't taking on now because she was gonna drop some of her children's off with her auntie down there in Faraday. But anyway, I don't know, but she just be asking the wrong questions, and she's an elected official, Travis.
Now that just sounds absolutely incredible. Okay,
Travis,
it's incredible, credulous. Okay, incredible, credulous, good thing.
Oh, girl, let me tell you,
on that guy. You know that guy. And while we're at it, why don't we turn to our diversity is our strength segment here.
I love that. I love some diversities.
Yeah, this is a perfect time, I think, to while we're talking about dumb, politicians and the people. There's also some absolutely vile human beings sitting as judges.
What you talking about, girl?
Using this framework to incarcerate violent felons, some of who have no remorse while they're on camera. But listen to this one, folks. This is an interesting story in today's segment of Diversity Being Our Strength. In Louisville, a man named Christopher Thompson kidnaps a woman at gunpoint, rapes and assaults her at multiple locations, robs her, sodomizes her, gets convicted on multiple counts. A jury hears the evidence and says, this man should never see freedom again. They recommend 65 years behind bars. Then Judge Tracy Davis steps in.
Oh, I know Sister Davis down there from the Pentecostal Mount Olivet Church.
Not just a judge. She's a former DI consultant steeped in the ideology that every outcome has to be filtered through race and oppression. She cuts his sentence from 65 years to 30. In court, he curses her out, shows no remorse, tells her, if I could spit on you, I would, and declares he doesn't care about his victim. And still, he gets a break. Her explanation is the same script you've heard 1,000 times. Society failed him. Opportunities weren't there. His identity as a young black man matters more than what he did. The victim's life is shattered, but the system's priority is the narrative.
Praise the Lord.
Davis stated in court, according to WAVE-TV, that she believes Thompson, listen to this, folks, if given the resources available while incarcerated, is not beyond rehabilitation. That's the framing. The 23-year-old who threatened a prosecutor, cursed out a judge, and showed zero remorse for sodomizing a victim and beating and robbing her is somehow still redeemable because systemic racism. The system.
Yeah, hell yeah, Travis. What you thinking, man?
Court records show that at the time of the crime, Thompson was on probation and in a diversion program after being accused of possessing a stolen firearm and fleeing police. Prosecutors had offered an 18-year-old plea deal to spare the victim from testifying, but Thompson refused to take responsibility. The jury heard the evidence, including DNA from a water bottle linking him to the assault, and recommended 65 years. Davis added about 4.5 years for contempt because of his courtroom outburst, bringing his total to just over 34 years.
But he didn't do nothing.
He'll be eligible for parole after serving 20. That's the justice you get when DEI runs the best. Here is a local news report. Let's go air this now. Cue it up for the stage. Let's see what we got.
Moving on now to a dramatic moment in the courtroom after a man was found guilty on sexual assault charges. The jury recommended 65 years for Christopher Thompson. Judge Tracy Davis ended up cutting the conviction time in half. WHS 11's Clarice Shaley explains the decision.
Seconds after the start of the hearing deciding the future for Christopher Thompson.
Before we even get appearances, Mr. Thompson, I'm gonna need you to be respectful.
I ain't doing nothing.
Well, it's fine. Okay?
What?
It's fine.
Yeah.
Because here's the
Spit on y'all,
thing. At the end of the day, I'm the one with the pen.
Sentencing day for the 24-year-old found guilty of kidnapping, robbery, sexual abuse, outbursts in court, all among the charges from July 2023. LMPD found DNA connecting Thompson to the robbery and sexual assault of a woman in Southwest Jefferson County. At the time, Thompson was on probation and on a diversion program after being charged with having a stolen firearm and fleeing police.
Judge, I think I have an obligation to ask the court to consider a sentence in the 20-year range, which would be the minimum as he has been found.
Mr. Thompson has shown nothing but extremely egregious conduct in this courtroom, as well as the underlying crime itself. This was one of the most offensive cases that I have handled.
The jury recommends a 65-year sentence to the judge, but instead, Judge Tracy Davis went much lower, 30 years, citing his background.
Mr. Thompson never actually got the opportunity to get any type of treatment. whether that be mental health treatment, whether that be anger management, etc. Unfortunately, he fell through the cracks and ended up before this court.
She made this ruling after talking over Thompson and acknowledging a lack of effort to change.
It is just a shame that you can't look at all of these things and say, as of today,
You can't tell me
February
how
the
I look
2nd
at anything.
of 2026, I want to be a different person. I want a better outcome. I want to be an asset to society.
Republican Metro Council member Anthony Piagentini has been vocal about decisions from Jefferson County judges.
And this is endemic of the complete lack of support the judiciary in Jefferson County is giving to the people to keep them safe.
Thompson will finish serving his time when he's 54 years old. He's not eligible for probation or parole. Clarice Shaley, WHAS 11 on your side.
Travis, I think it's important to note that for people that have never lived in areas near where this demographic resides, he's not the exception. I'm not saying all the people of that demographic.
Well, this is what's
are like
crazy,
him.
Mark.
I'm just saying.
Kentucky. This is Kentucky. This
Well-
looks like a rolling out of somewhere in California. This is Kentucky.
No.
And
That's
yes,
down in Louisville.
and that I know where you're getting at. You're being
this
racist.
is-
That's what
well,
you're doing.
I
You're being
that's
racist.
fine. Yeah, I'll take that. I'll
But
own
listen,
that.
this is crazy, right? Forget the victims, right? He fell through the cracks, Marcus.
No, he was on crack.
He's sitting there bragging about raping and beating this girl, saying he would spit on the judge. And she's like, you know what, brother? If you just had more resources and time, you'd be all right. You know, that's her handle on her Twitter account is Diversity Davis, by the way. Diversity Davis. So you got a DEI judge in place here. And forget about as far as the victims are concerned, what's more important is to address the systemic racism, because he wouldn't have done this stuff, Mark, if it wasn't for Whitey.
Well, here's the truth, Travis. If we were still operating the United States of America the way the founding fathers set it up, and only a very small 5 to 10% of the population, all being white, masculine Christian men, were the only ones that were allowed to vote in this country, nobody would know who this fucking Davis is or that animal sitting in that chair there, because none of them would be here or not be behind bars. That's the fact. That if only 5% of the population, 5%, let's say they're all white men, all over the age of 35, landowners, business owners, Christians, they were the only ones allowed to vote, the United States of America would look very different. And it would be way more prosperous, way, way safer, way more beautiful, and nowhere near corrupt like we're seeing right now. And that's the ugly truth that nobody wants to talk about.
Here's kind of my observation of this. Is this really about systemic racism and him falling through the cracks, or is this kind of because I tried to find the details on the victim. Of course, I can't find any. I'm going to assume she's white, but I don't want to be wrong about it. But is this kind of is this a big FU to Whitey?
Of course it is. It's always an FU to Whitey.
Can you sit there and look at that judge and go, she's just trying to do the right thing?
She hates white people. Listen, I live down. Look, I worked in those areas.
Some of the most racist people are black people.
Oh no, it's beyond any. If you've never been around it, and I was in it. I mean, I was in it for years, and I am. Listen, now, and there are always exceptions to the rule, because one of them, and I'll tell you the story. So when my partner and I, when we got assigned to CUNY Homes, which is the largest government housing project in Houston, maybe in Texas, right in the middle of Third Ward, across the street from Texas Southern University, right down the street from University of Houston. Horrible area, horrible crime. And there was a new lady that took over, the director. I think the title was director of CUNY Homes. And there was a new lady came in, a little black lady, about 5'4". Her name was Mrs. Mosley. I'll never forget this woman. Anyway, Our captain called me and my partner into his office after evening shift roll call one afternoon. We thought we were in trouble. We go in there and talk to Junior Jones. Junior Jones. That's a whole nother story, and I'll get into that. But anyway, Junior Jones. And he said, you boys need to report down to CUNY Homes, talk to Ms. Mosley. She wanted 2 white boys. So we're like, okay, whatever. So we go down there, we meet Miss Mosley, and she looked us up and down, and she said, yeah, you 2 will do. And we were like, man, what do you mean? What do you need? She goes, well, I don't want no brothers. She goes, I don't trust black cops because they're all on the take. And which she was mostly right. And the reason why she did know that was from personal experience. Anyway, and the dark blue officers that worked around that area, they were known to be just a little corrupt. Anyway, she wanted us to clean up CUNY Homes. And she said, I want you to do whatever you got to do. I don't care what measures you got to take. She goes, I'll cover for you. I know the chief, I know the mayor, and I know Junior Jones, and you're not going to get in any trouble. Anyway, I'm not going to go into all the stuff, but she knew what the lay of the land was. And needless to say, my partner and I, we went in there and we had that place cleaned up in about 3 weeks. And literally from 3 o'clock in the afternoon till 11 o'clock at night, our shift, CUNY Homes was one of the safest places in Houston, and it didn't take very long. But I will tell you this, there is a problem with that demographic, and thank God there are people like Chad O. Jackson and Jesse Lee Peterson and some other heroes, and I believe I call them heroes that happen to be black men. And they're sounding the alarm on this, and we've got a huge problem. And if we don't address it, and if white people don't stop, if white people don't quit being terrified of being called racist, we're going to lose. And we've got to start calling it what it is. We got to call it out. We got to call out bad behavior. Black culture is vile. It is disgusting, and it's satanic, and it needs to be snuffed out. I'm not saying black people. I'm saying black culture. And if black people just will not, then they need to be locked up for life and throw away the key. And so, but we've got to do something because this is a problem. And what you're showing is just that it's the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, and this is just pieces of the problem, right? Because there's so much. I mean, I feel like everybody knows this. Like
they do. Really everybody knows this.
It's not really said out loud, but everybody knows.
But white people
exactly
are terrified.
What you're saying, what we're saying is true here, which brings us to our next segment.
Oh, okay.
Chalking Caucasians.
What?
Folks, before I get into this segment, just let me put it to you this way. And I almost said, as far as black culture, it's not even their own culture that was created to pump out.
No, this was created out of the civil rights movement.
Thanks to people like Chad Jackson. And
yes.
I see the Blaze has a guy going viral all over X. He's doing great videos on the truth about Black History Month. And we're finding out all this fake crap, this communist drivel written by communist Zionists,
Jews.
Apparently.
Communist Jews.
And
that's who they are.
That's a little interesting, and they had a big part in the culture market there. So
Yes,
who exactly is like, oh, this is our culture and all this stuff? Are you sure about that?
Nope.
Because people like to make fun of like white culture not being a thing. Well, a lot of the degraded culture we get, not really your own culture.
Yeah.
So that's always my favorite when people get tribal about, well, my culture. Most of this stuff, it took billions of dollars to come up with and to package and market it for you. That includes even going back to the rock bands in the 1960s and what they were supposed to do. These people came out of lineups. These people had no musical talent, a lot of them. Some of them were studio musicians. Most of the songs you hear are from studio musicians and lyrics that are written for them. So a lot of these bands aren't even coming up with this stuff on their own. I'm not saying all of them, but a lot of them. So culture is a huge weapon that's used, is really what I'm getting at here. Which brings us again to our next segment here. This is called Chalking Caucasians. This segment is about the permanent target that's been painted on a certain demographic, or if you switched out any other demographic with it, it would be a sensational story with wall-to-wall coverage. But because it's for white people specifically, you're supposed to accept it, and you're actually supposed to cheer it on, the downfall of this kind of stuff. So from Super Bowl ads to courtrooms to jury boxes. The culture trains you to accept a hierarchy where white people are cast as the problem, too privileged, too blind, too dangerous. And the system works overtime to make sure you stay in that box. So what am I talking about here? Well, I'm going to touch on the Super Bowl here. Every year, the corporate Super Bowl ads tell you more about where the culture is going than the actual halftime show does. So, at one point in the Super Bowl, everybody loved to talk about the commercials, how funny they were. They were really in line with kind of our basic kind of leave me alone, this is funny culture. The WhatsApp, you remember all those and the beer ads. They used to be super entertaining. Now, this year, several big brands basically turn their airtime into anti-white struggle sessions. So we're seeing the Bolshevik revolution in real time here. Redfin gives you a commercial where a white family is portrayed as oblivious and careless. Their dog barking at a child of color, the white dad ignoring warnings, and of course a non-white neighbor swoops in to save the day, but gets no thanks for it. Hims and Hers runs a spot that contrasts wealthy, mostly white people living long, comfortable lives with an anxious black father and a lecture about health and equity. Robert Kraft bankrolls an anti-Semitism campaign where casual bigotry is coded as something white people do, while black characters play the moral heroes, despite survey data showing high rates of anti-Semitic attitudes in some non-white demographics. That's right, folks. This whole stuff about the Jewish thing is super funny to watch because, again, going back to what we're talking about, where a lot of black people are the most racist. They are super racist to Asian people for whatever in New York. But you want to know the other part of it? The Jewish part. They are actual anti-Semitic nomenclature in the black community. Okay.
Yes.
I'll go on here. These companies aren't just selling products, they're buying indulgences. So Redfin has a history of redlining allegations. So they use this ad basically, and this is a Matt Walsh take. I want to say I did agree with this take. Because if you think about it, Mark, like, who are these ads going towards? That's most of the market is made up of white people currently. And it really just doesn't make sense to do this. The whole rebranding for Cracker Barrel, whenever all that was going down, the faux outrage over Sydney Sweeney and her Levi commercial ad, the clever gene ad that people said it was eugenics, which is funny, by the way, because New York has a Department of Mental Hygiene. Mental hygiene is a literal term created by actual eugenicists, and there's a whole department in New York for it. That's probably a whole other show on its own. But
unbelievable.
Really, these ads are signals to regulators and activists. We know who the bad guys are, and it's our own white customers. So it's not just marketing, it's conditioning, but it's also legalese. It's basically saying, we are towing the line. Please don't fucking sue us. That's really what part of this is.
Yep.
So when your commercial break turns into a sermon about how people who look like you are the problem, too privileged, too blind, too bigoted, the goal is kind of to wear you down, but also it's illegal. It's a legal aspect to it. Of course, white viewers are cast as the foil, the punchline, the villain who needs to be humiliated or replaced, while the state, the activists, or entitled neighbor swoops in to set things right. So it's propaganda. Obviously, you're not really supposed to come with a specific policy position. You're supposed to come away with a low-level sense that white people are just untrustworthy. They're the root of all evil. They constantly need to be monitored. And, if you were to air commercials like this towards any other demographic, it would not be okay. But since it's white people, it's supposed to be okay. What you're actually seeing is warfare. This is actual warfare.
Yep, you're right.
Warfare does not come out of the barrel of a gun. It starts with stuff like this.
Exactly.
And absolutely desensitizing you to what the perceived enemy is, and they're really bad people. So it's justified. You see where it's going here?
Absolutely.
So anyway, moving on here. You see the same thing in the justice system. So When a sheriff like McFadden presides over a county where a white woman, Ukrainian, who fled Ukraine, fled a war-torn country only to come to a third world cesspit, is murdered by a repeat violent offender, I'm not going to say his name, who should have been in custody, and McFadden still gets treated gently by the media because he fits the right demographic and political profile, that tells you whose pain counts. So when a DEI judge slashes a sentence for a convicted rapist in Louisville and the victim happens to be the wrong color for the storyline, the outrage is minimal. Tie these cases together and a pattern emerges. White victims of minority offenders can be acknowledged, but only briefly, and never in a way that challenges a larger narrative about who is oppressed and who is privileged. Because, of course, if you go into the statistics of crime, it absolutely obliterates their narrative. So instead, they just do this ideological story about oppression and equity. So certain victims simply count less. So, and the system is not colorblind. It's not even trying to be. It has a moral hierarchy. And at the bottom of that hierarchy, the people who are suffering doesn't serve the narrative. So we also see this in juries, right? Mark, you can probably speak to this. I'm gonna let you go on a tirade here about this whenever the O.J. Simpson trial was going on. Even the way we talk about juries and bias is selectively moralized. When data shows minimal bias among white juries, but strong in-group favoritism among some black juries, or when an O.J. Simpson juror openly describes the acquittal as payback, the system shrugs. That doesn't become a long national conversation about racial bias or the integrity of the courts. Bias is only a scandal, only an emergency when it can be pinned on them fair-colored white folks. When it runs in the other direction, it's rebranded as community justice or understandable anger. Matt Walsh and others have pointed to studies showing that white juries deliberately more evenly across racial lines, while some minority juries show pronounced in-group preference. Yet the dominant narrative treats only white bias as systemic and dangerous. The OJ case is the perfect example. A juror admitted the acquittal was racial payback. The evidence was overwhelming, and the verdict was celebrated in certain communities as a victory over a racist system. That's not justice. That's called tribalism, folks. But because it doesn't fit the white supremacy script, it gets a pass. So this segment of chalking Caucasians isn't just a joke. It's an accurate description of the permanent chalk outline the culture has drawn around white Americans, like at the scene of a crime. You're guilty by default, and the ads, the coverage, and courtroom stories are there to remind you. Mark,
bingo.
What you got, buddy?
It wasn't just one juror on the OJ juror panel. I think it was a total of 4.
Oh, that's right. 4. Come on. Preach, Betty. Preach.
I think it was 4. And those were the ones that admitted it publicly. You don't think the other ones were in on it? Of course they were. And I watched this happen firsthand. Of course that happens. Listen, man, listen, you go down there and you make a horrible crime scene and it's in a black community. Snitches get stitches. They cover for each other. They're not going to turn, they're not going to give Whitey information to go find, Rodney, who just, murdered some kid. No way. They ain't happening. They're going to cover for him. And here's something else too. White people that were raised in good families, they, especially the females, they don't want to look at this. It's too ugly for them. And to be honest with you, that's the way they're designed. That's why originally women were never supposed to be given the right to vote or serve on juries or any of that, because they're not equipped to do it. They're not equipped. And this is one of the problems we have. We have a feminized society because men figure out really quickly, hey man, if I suck up to these women, if I simp up to them, it's a mating strategy. I'll get laid. And then it just goes on. But here's the bottom line. What you're saying is our entire judicial system has become racialized. It's become balkanized. Listen, you're seeing it now with the Indians, the massive immigration of Indians coming in here, and they're setting up their own communities and everything else. I promise you, because you're not going to find a bigger group of people that are more corrupt than those people. Holy crap. They're running all kinds of scams.
And the whole aspect of this, right? This isn't just we're just going to go shit all over every minority. This is all about a weaponized tribal approach, because we know you got stupidity in our government, stupidity in the education system. So what's the point to it? Well, the point isn't because they got a bleeding heart for Indians. They got a bleeding heart for Somalians. A lot of these third world demographics that just absolutely scam, rape, and pillage the world. It's meant to be used to crush the indigenous population of the United States. This
Western culture. This is
all
the Western culture.
Western culture.
Bingo.
We had 2 world wars. They decimated most of the men that would pass down the lineage of strength and wholesomeness and all this, everything. So those wars, not only that, they bombed a lot of these churches, even the church bells, just the natural phenomenon of frequency and what that can do for your culture, when a godly culture that's tighten it together, and you hear those church bells, gone, wiped out, churches being burned to the ground. Every religion can be targeted except these ones over here, but Christianity, fair game.
Absolutely.
You're looking at a war. And when you import people from third world countries who have a deep understanding and they know their governments are corrupt over there, they just don't care. They just want to know what corruption they can get in on.
Mm-hmm.
When you're importing people from these places, you're going to bring that same mentality here, which just so happens to go along with the agenda to turn America into a third world country. This isn't about, we just need to accept everybody and live together. If you saw the Super Bowl commercial coming out with multiple flags, the message is clear. You are the target. Your culture is the target. And we're here to dominate. This is the global dominion of the New World Order. Welcome to your new system. Whether you know it or not, you're already in it. I think that's the message there. And that's that's kind of the wrap up segment for chalking Caucasians. So anyway, that's that one. And of course, it's just absolutely obvious. I think, Mark, there's a little bit of a COVID moment, I feel like, with this stuff, because I really do think most people just want to check out from all this kind of reality. People just want to, they just want to be left alone. I do think most people, they don't want to be involved in politics. They don't want to pay attention to this stuff. You know, back in the day, we used to have the most articulate, high IQ, impressive, just super literal, just fascinating men that would be on these legislative bodies, in the executive branch, in the judicial branch. Now we got people asking questions. Okay.
We got
it used to be, maybe back then, you could go about your business in the background, because there were some good people that were in these battle of ideas, and just amazing men, young men. But now I think a lot of people that are like that fall into that camp. They're just kind of generally out of the picture of politics. They don't give a shit, really. Well, you turn on the Super Bowl and you're seeing this and you're going, man, that's a little weird. So if you look up analytics on social media, whether it's Facebook, X, and I did it this morning, I don't have the numbers right here, but people are genuinely disturbed by this pattern, which I think is kind of like, it's not enough, right? We know people were very suspicious of the narrative on the lab leak theory and everything with COVID, but my God, they still shut the country down. Still, most of you that are watching this, you were telling your neighbor to put a mask on as they're outside going to their car, like happened to me a couple times. You know, it's still a problem. You don't want to be too late to this stuff, but that's an overplayed hand. I don't think it's going to cause everybody to just change their mind overnight. This is going to be a process. It's going to get ugly, Mark. Because what you don't want to do is this whole system. Because if you just turn this into a total tribal thing, you are going to activate certain parts of the population to react to this stuff.
Travis,
I'm just going to leave it there.
Who's the young lady who was just she's been destroyed? She said fart nigger. And now her life has been. And
we're gonna cover that. We're gonna cover
okay,
that
all right.
because
I'm didn't mean to go to head. Okay, because I was gonna say
that's a perfect example of this kind of stuff. And when I show you the video, like especially if you're black, are you really looking at that going, yeah, she needs to be canceled? Anyway, we'll get to that, but that's kind of, I saved that for the end there because it's kind of funny to me. I mean, that's what it should have been. It should have been just, oh, that's funny. Why would she say that? And move on.
I've never heard that, but I'm adopting it.
Well, let's get into we promised to get into some of the Epstein news. So let me just go through real high level because of course this stuff is so hard to cover. And now there's a lot of hysteria. I got to say it. There's a lot of hysteria. People were calling for arrests. They want to go after Trump. They want to arrest these people. Who are the names of doing it? So now you got a bunch of emotions into the mix of this stuff, and it's just making a bloody mess of everything, which is super unfortunate. But at the same time, needed to happen. So we'll see where the cards fall on this, but it's going to get sloppy. People are going to get, I mean, Elvis, this list that was broken on Saturday. So let's get into it. On Saturday, here, let me maximize our screen here. We go through the article here. On Saturday, the Epstein story entered a new phase. The Justice Department quietly sent Congress an official list of hundreds of politically exposed persons named in the millions of pages of Epstein files, even as it insisted that all required documents have now been released and properly redacted. That move has intensified a backlash from both survivors and skeptics who see a system trying to close the book while the most explosive questions remain unanswered. So on Saturday, Pam Bondi, the Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, delivered a formal letter to Capitol Hill laying out what the DOJ says it has done and not done with the Epstein files. The letter, required under the Epstein Files Transparency Act, does three key things. It defends the department's redaction decisions. It claims the last of the mandated files have been released. So that's it, folks. And it attaches a categorized list of prominent people referenced anywhere in the document trove. That's a key point there. The DOJ's Saturday letter spells out that names were blacked out to protect victims' identities, shield ongoing investigations, and avoid exposing explicit child abuse imagery. And it insists that no material was withheld to spare powerful people from reputational harm. At the same time, the letter concedes that millions of pages still remain technically unreleased or tied up in court approvals, and that there have already been redaction mistakes that exposed email addresses and even nude images of possible victims in earlier batches. In my opinion, that's intentional. Lawmakers like Rep. Thomas Massey are now pressing for internal DOJ memos on past non-prosecution decisions, arguing that the real story is in the emails about why Epstein and his neck were protected for so long. Folks, Pam Bondi was the top law enforcement dog in Florida not long after all this protection came out. And again, nowhere was any of this stuff to be seen. Here's my other thing. I'm a big fan of this. Let's keep going for these files. Why are we only looking at the DOJ, Mark? Why are we not looking at the CIA? Why are we not looking at the State Department?
Yeah, exactly.
So anyway, Saturday's headline-grabbing list is not a secret ledger of clients. It's a DOJ-compiled index of politically exposed persons who are mentioned anywhere in the files, regardless of whether they ever met Epstein or did anything wrong. So this list, remember Pam Bondi, it's sitting on my desk. Instead, they just compiled a list of all these names, including Elvis Presley, Janis Joplin, Bono, whatever that
Boner
name is. According to summaries of the letter, that index mixes together several groups. People named in investigative records, people who appear in emails or calendars, people whose names only show up in media clippings, court filings, or background material swept into the database. Mainstream outlets have stressed that many of the hundreds of names, including Trump, Clinton, Musk, and others, are not tied to any wrongdoing by anything in the files, which has fueled accusations that corporate media is running interference for the elites. On the other side, viral posts treat the Saturday list as a definitive roller coaster of conspirators, flattening all nuance and branding everyone a predator by association. The truth is in between. The files show that a shocking number of powerful people were somewhere in Epstein's orbit, and the DOJ has now acknowledged that publicly, but the index itself is a legal bureaucratic document, not a moral verdict. For critics, the deeper scandal is that the same DOJ that once cut Epstein a sweetheart deal is now asking the public to trust us on where it drew the line. Survivors' lawyers say some victims were exposed by sloppy redactions. Even his key context about how certain elite figures interacted with Epstein remains hidden under black bars. That asymmetry, vulnerability for the powerless, discretion for the powerful, is why so many people read Saturday's letter as less closure and more as another layer of controlled narrative. Because of course it is. One interesting note, and I'm going to try to cover this and break this down, is some of the victims that were complaining about the redactions were recruiting some and grooming some of these young girls. So I always go back to that story of like one of the worst pedophiles in the world. His key method of procurement was women. No, we're not sitting on here trying to do a bash the women, but
no,
people, women is only the victims. Folks, Ghislaine Maxwell, these were recruiters and groomers. They had a part in all of this stuff and they got paid or they got connections to any other that stuff. Now, out of these list of survivors for that theater we saw on the house floor with Bondi and all that stuff. I don't know if that was a house floor or whatever committee room that was, but it's worth looking into, and we're going to try to do that here on the show. But here's something I wanted to unveil after reading more about some of this and trying to confirm a lot of this stuff. Here's a revelation on some unsettling stuff that happened in the recent releases. There's emails showing Epstein tied into pandemic preparedness conversations years before COVID-19. And one 2015 exchange highlighted by foreign press, an associate sends Epstein a note headed along the lines of preparing for pandemics. Okay. Attaching a draft agenda for a high-level preparedness meeting and asking how to bring in the World Health Organization and Red Cross. Other reported emails show Epstein being copied on discussions about disease outbreak simulations, neurotechnology research, and large-scale health crisis modeling with prominent tech and philanthropic figures. Some outlets have framed this as evidence that Epstein sat in the corner or sat in the outer ring of the same small group that would later shape the COVID response. Mega donors, tech leaders, and global health strategists, people like Bill Gates, by the way, who got a little herp or a little clap from one of these Russian hookers and tried to spike his wife's meal in order to treat her. So,
that is such an incredible story, dude.
Pretty well.
Travis, that is just amazing. By the way, if you hook me up with a Russian chick, I prefer the ones without the clap.
Yes, Mark, we send a bottle of Stollies to the room and a couple of blonde Russian vets. Very clean, very kosher, very sterile. Okay?
Very good.
Welcome to the Putin show. Okay?
Thank you.
There's no public document so far that shows Epstein designing COVID or dictating policy. I hate that line. What the email shows that a convicted sex offender was treated as a normal connector and funder in conversations about how future pandemics would be managed. So the optics of this are obviously devastating. All the people planning these global emergent, the pandemic we call them, it just so happens. Who else was in the room, Mark? Oh, Mr. Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Pretty insane considering, this guy just had a magic finger in every kind of pie. And I'm not talking about the magic fingers that we had when we were 7th and 8th graders. I'm talking about some super magical fingers in every kind of pie.
What kind of pie are you talking about, bro?
Kind of pie that makes you deserve to get yourself beheaded publicly.
Okay.
That would be too effective. Here's another one here. I'll go on, Mark.
Good.
Another cluster of recent reporting digs into the physical world details that feel like they've been ripped from a horror movie. By the way, I wanted to get to the point on that. Shit, I forgot. Anyway, I'll go on. Here's an interesting one. Yeah, straight out of a horror movie. The sulfuric acid purchases, the dental equipment, and survivor claims about teeth being pulled. Y'all buckle up. Viewer discretion is absolutely advised on this one. This is going to churn you a little bit.
Dude,
Newly
this
surfaced
nasty.
records tied to the files show that in 2018, around the time federal scrutiny was intensifying again, a company linked to Epstein ordered 6 55-gallon drums of sulfuric acid, roughly 330 gallons, or about 1,249 liters, for delivery to his private island. Now, here's one thing I want to say, because I know Trump keeps making the rounds in the media. I was never on the island. The island was bad. Okay, but I would argue that the ranch in New Mexico was probably a lot worse, which, by the way, is owned and operated by the LLC owned by Don Huffins, or Huffines, however you say it.
Yeah.
What do you know, man?
Dude, I can't even.
Folks, it's more than just a big club. It's an entire system, and all these people protect each other. So yeah, Don Huffins owns the New Mexico ranch. And before I get sued on it, let me just I'll just confirm those details. But I forget the name of the LLC, but that's connected to his wife, to my understanding. And yeah, they own the New Mexico ranch, was where a lot of the worst experiments in. Yeah, it's just straight.
Now, also to clarify, he didn't own the ranch when all that was going on. He bought the ranch after
he died. Correct.
Yeah, after it went through probate and the ranch came up for sale.
Almost like, was there some kind of like, hey, we know what to do here. Let's go clean up this property. That's immediately what I would think. I think you'd be able to think otherwise, but I don't know.
I don't know either, dude.
Now, let me caveat this. So sulfuric acid does have legitimate industrial uses. It's also a powerful corrosive, and pairing it with concentrated hydrogen peroxide can produce piranha solution, a mixture notorious for eating through organic material. Investigators and online sleuths have seized on the timing, quantity, and destination to suggest it could have been intended to destroy physical evidence up to and including human remains, although we haven't seen anything explicitly laying that out. What the files and reporting do confirm is the purchase itself and its link to Epstein Island. Everything beyond that is layered on top of an already monstrous record of abuse. So, that is, Mark, I got a whole house filtration system because I've heard about it is on an island. Yes, a lot of that could be used to make a water filtration system there, and 300, that many gallons. I guess that would kind of make sense to that. But the timing of it, maybe it's just a coincidence, buddy.
You think it's coinkydink?
Maybe just another one of those weird coinkydinks. Now, the other part of this is revisiting the dental equipment associated with Epstein Circle. This has been recirculated in recent days, and I wanted to touch on this because I heard a few points, and I forgot some of the stuff, but it's worth mentioning again. And on top of the sulfuric acid, these dental chairs at both the Zorro Ranch in New Mexico and then the Manhattan Island, or not the Manhattan Island, the Manhattan residence also had dental chair.
Yeah, what's up with that, bro?
So let me get into this because some of the original survivors, when this first came out, and this is awful, folks, not only, of course, because dental records are key after killings occur to help identify victims and all this. So you pair that with the dental chair in your office, you remove the teeth. Well, guess what? You don't have a victim after you kill one. Awful, awful stuff. There's a survivor that was involved in some of these key claims, and I don't think her name is public. I don't know if he or she. A lot of it was used to remove the teeth to prevent young kids from biting down while they were getting raped and murdered and tortured and mutilated. The level of evil that we're discussing here, you can't really put into one show, okay? And the girl in those emails, by the way, his ex-girlfriend, guess what she became after she broke up with Epstein? A dentist. So,
how interesting.
Yeah, and of course this goes on because there's no public forensic. I hate how these articles do this. Like we know that, okay? But why else would it make sense to have dental chairs? And let me bring up the picture of one of these, by the way. And you can tell me if this is just, it's just people have goals, Mark, and
it's a
sometimes
pattern,
practice those
though.
goals. These rich people like to just, have things ready to go, like
I've got a dental chair in my living room.
Dental chair.
You haven't watched TV unless you've watched it from a dental chair.
That's true. That's true, buddy. Here, let's see some of these photos here on screen. Totally normal, totally super totes normal, as the young crowd would say. You got a dental chair here, and look at all these masks around it. That kind of looks like a mask of Hitler. You can't really tell. Normal stuff, Mark.
I would have thought we would have seen a collection of gynecological tables with the stirrups. But maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, here's a headline there. Jeffrey Epstein's Belarusian dentist girlfriend, who was the last person to speak to him before his death, also visited the pedophile in prison days earlier. A source revealed the relationship was very, very serious. So, super totes norm. I just again, that was just a quick reminder. Getting onto these stories is pretty brutal, but it's just a reminder of the level of evil we're talking about, folks. It's not just, oh, they're having sex with underage girls. That narrative went all across social media for a little while. And there's, and I get the arguments for it, but that was, to me, that was like, damn, they know we're going to find like really young folks. We're talking about, when we were joking earlier in the show about shrimp are better eaten with the head off, that came from a picture in these files that shows a baby in a sink. Like the baby was being prepared for consumption. And that's what they were talking about in the email. Whatever, man. But the Super Bowl. Anyway. So why the narrative feels a little bit rigged here. Saturday's
Hey, real quick, Travis. One other thing to remember is that Fox News, Clay and Buck, and the Sean Hannity show, and Mark Levin, they're in full protection mode, covering. And it's not that they're covering for Trump. They're trying to distract people off of this Epstein thing.
Oh, and look, that's why we're not covering this silver alert, this national silver alert of this 84-year-old.
Yes, because that is all.
And oh my God, if you watch the press, go turn on Fox News. Oh, we have the backpack. We have a glove that was found miles away. We don't know for sure if it's, guys, slop. That's slop. You're being fed slop. You're being told to look over here.
And at the same time, though, these guys are actually coming out and saying there's nothing to this. They're downplaying. So not only are they distracting with this kidnapped old lady, at the same time, they're saying there's nothing to this Epstein stuff. They're literally saying that.
And folks, here's the bottom line. The cover-up is still ongoing. Okay. So Saturday's DOJ letter was supposed to signal that the Epstein transparency process is nearing an end. Millions of pages posted, indexes compiled, redactions explain, all files handed over as required by law. Instead, it has poured gasoline on every side of the argument. Survivors who still see a cover-up, institutional defenders who say the public is misreading raw documents, and a furious online culture that is happy to connect the dots in the darkest way possible. Plus, you got all the rabid liberals who are just, everything's about Trump, anything to connect it. And it's hard to take a lot of it seriously when they're passing around letters saying it's absolutely incriminating to Trump that he was trafficking girls when he was 21 and Epstein was 14. Let's forget about that. So you got a bunch of junk thrown in the mix. The core problem is simple. The official process keeps producing enough real horror to confirm that Epstein's operation was worse and more connected than anyone wanted to admit, while still holding back just enough to make people suspect that the worst of it is still hidden. That's how you end up with a story where all of this is connecting to some of the biggest historical events in our recent memory, and nothing continues happening. So very, very, very interesting stuff on the Epstein files. So we'll cover more on this. We'll do more segments. But when I cover the Epstein stuff, I actually I didn't like doing it the way I did there. I like to pull up the actual files. Where are these claims coming from? What are these pictures that we're talking about? And you'll see some of those reports delve out over the coming days. Okay. So, all right, let's cover another one here, Mark. Let's move on to the next segment. This is called Following the Science Class. For years, the expert class told you that questioning their consensus made you dangerous. On everything from lockdowns to drugs, the message was simple: shut up and trust the science. Now, slowly and quietly, some of it's being walked back a little bit. What's that? Marijuana and the New York Times mea culpa. Take marijuana. Major outlets that once ran glowing coverage of medical cannabis, quirky features on weed dispensaries, and endless think pieces about harmless recreation are now admitting that heavy marijuana use is linked to psychosis, cognitive decline, long-term mental health problems, and more. It turns out that turning developing brains into daily THC experiments is not a great idea. Who could have guessed? Certainly not the people who spent a decade mocking anyone who raised concern as a reefer madness kook. Notice when the mea culpa arrives. Only after legalization is widespread, the industry is entrenched, tax revenues flowing, and challenging the status quo would be painful. Once the money is baked in, then you get the nuanced coverage about psychosis and cognitive damage. The pattern should feel familiar. First, they assure you something is safe, enlightened, and inevitable. Vaccines. Then, once you can't put the genie back in the bottle, they quietly concede the downsides. The apologies never match the volume of the original hype, of course, as we saw during COVID. So the New York Times, it spent years telling parents that marijuana was no big deal, that legalization was a progressive inevitability, that concerns about mental health were overblown or rooted in outdated stigma. Now the same outlets are running pieces acknowledging that heavy use, especially in adolescents and young adults, correlates with increased rates of schizophrenia, paranoia, long-term cognitive impairment, but those pieces are buried in the health section, not splashed across the front page the way the pro-legalization advocacy was. Mark, your thoughts on this one?
I tell people oftentimes that my life is, I have made about every bad, poor decision you can make, with the exception of drugs and alcohol. And why, I don't know. I think it's by the grace of God that I didn't get involved in either one. I believe if I would have, that would have been my end. I probably wouldn't be alive today. I was always terrified of drugs. I was terrified of alcohol too. I was afraid I was going to like it. And if I did, I'd get hooked on it. And if I got hooked on it, it'd have been over for me. I grew up in a time where pot smoking was looked down on. In fact, we called them jellyheads in high school. The kids that smoked pot, the hippies, they were the jellyheads. We were the cowboys. We dipped snuff. I did dip snuff, still dip snuff. My friends would, drink beer on the weekends or whatever. But smoking pot was not something that the group that I ran in looked favorably upon. But then also as a cop, I was kind of, I didn't see pot smoking as this huge problem. I saw crack as a huge problem. Most of the stuff I dealt with because of where I worked was crack. I never really saw meth too much. I didn't really see a lot of pot. Most of what I saw, and of course this was in the 80s, and it was down in inner city, so it was crack. But I never, I always warned my kids about drugs and alcohol and things like that. But I've known people that have smoked a lot of pot in the last 15 or 20 years, when some of that stigma has fallen away and pot is now legal in most states. And you hear people within the veteran community that say that they've gotten a lot of relief from PTSD and anger issues and some other things. I think, and I also believe everybody is different. You cannot, it's like cigarettes, are cigarettes good for you? Probably not. But everybody has this uncle somewhere that lived to be 98 years old and started smoking Camel hard packs at 12 years old and was, 3 packs a day till he died at 98, and never had lung cancer. I mean, everybody's different, but this pot thing, Travis, something in my gut or in my spirit just tells me, my personal observation of it is, maybe it doesn't cause people to become violent or anything like that. But man, what my personal observation is, it doesn't inspire people to greatness. Does that make sense?
That's to say the least. Now I'll go on my little tirade about this for a minute, because no, I don't think it makes people, in the classic reefer menace. But then again, we do have the data now, and wherever it's legalized, it correlates with these absolutely insane mental health issues. And here's what I will say: weed disarms you. To me, whenever it was really getting pushed, because when I was growing up as a teenager, I smoked weed for a long time. And every now and then, maybe recreationally. I'm not going to act like I'm some bona fide, saint to all this. I'll drink a little alcohol here and there. I like to wind down around Christmas time. I'll smoke and just kind of check out. You're checking out. Doing this daily. Let me tell you, folks, with all this shit going down, you're not exactly going to be leading a revolution with a joint in your hand. I'll put it to you that way. Okay. To me, it's a disarming type of drug. What I'll say in my personal experience is, when I was smoking it every single day, and I mean every day, it's super hard to get off of it. It's absolutely very addicting. And my biggest observation, and I think it's more towards men, I think it's mostly disarming to men, and what I can observe about that, it absolutely creates an inability for you to change the circumstances in your life that you hate. Because if you can just check out and pacify yourself, well, the problems just continue to build up. And honestly, I think that's by design. To me, I looked at it over time as it's an operation, Mark.
Mm-hmm.
It's no different than getting the whole country prescribed to drugs they don't need, SSRIs, antidepressants, all these kinds of things. A bunch of people out there that don't need this shit. Well, this kind of goes right in line with it. You look at Brave New World, you look at Soma in that book.
Yep.
And the importance to it.
Yep.
That's Soma right there. To me, that's how I look at it. So I get this. And here's the other crazy part. Like, people make fun of the weed heads, but I already know we'll probably get it in this. But weed is better than alcohol and all this kind of stuff.
I know. Yeah.
At least with alcohol, everybody knows when you drink too much, it causes problems. I don't think there's anybody that's like, oh, you can drink alcohol and it doesn't cause a problem. With weed, total opposite. You can smoke it every day without any consequence. There's no problems at all. I don't agree with that. As somebody who used it for a very long period of time, it's absolutely something that derails you as a man, as a human being. And that's kind of my 2 cents about it. But we were told for years, and people still, it's medicinal. It's the same quack science that brought us all the other bad pharmaceutical drugs that are all over the place. It's super potent now, of course. And I absolutely think there's something to that. Just, I know there's years of my life, Mark, I'll never get back after chronically smoking the way I used to do. I just won't get it back. And that's a lesson. Maybe there's a reason for it, whatever the case. But I think it's good that these reports are coming out. More people are looking at this going, maybe this isn't okay. Maybe just fucking unleashing a bunch of zombies out in the public really isn't going to make our society better. I don't know. What are your thoughts to that?
Yeah, no, and I agree with you. And I am not about making it illegal. And I do believe that there probably are some legitimate medicinal purposes for it. I will concede that. I'm not, but that's not what I see the majority of people who smoke pot. It's not medicinal. It's like, Granny from the Beverly Hillbillies, for medicinal purposes only. And she was talking about moonshine. I mean, this argument's been used for eons, but the people that I see really on the pot bandwagon are the Jeff Spicolis of the world. They're the, they want to stay high. And can you blame them? I mean, the world is a rough place, man. The world sucks. If you're out there trying to make a living every day and you're trying to raise a family and you're up against all the bullshit that's coming at you, all the stuff that we were talking about today, pedophilia, our pets' heads are falling off. Hey, man, maybe some soma, some pot, if that just makes the world go away and makes it survivable and keeps me from, doing something to myself or something, well, then I'm going to do that. That's what I see the vast majority of people supporting the whole pot thing. That's it. And these people, like I said, these people are not going to change the world. These people are not going to stand up to the government, to a corrupt government, and say, you know what, enough's enough. We're going to start, hanging you politicians because we're going to take our country back. People that are smoking pot and living on, video games, they ain't a threat to anybody. And I think the powers that be know that, and they utilize that.
I 100% agree. I think when it started being pushed, that was my first signal to me when I was younger, going, man, they want us smoking this.
Yeah, they do.
They want us. Why? Well, it became very obvious because and I'm not going to sit up here and be some kind of hypocritical, like I'm judging people. I just don't think we should be worshiping the consumption of this, worshiping the culture of being a fucking weed head. There's a time and place. Consumption of one thing too much can be bad. Consuming too much water can be bad and all this kind of thing. But at the same time, this goes in line to what we usually talk about, Mark, which is having readiness, being prepared at a moment's notice. I can't imagine when my pops died, being stoned off my ass during all of that. I was ready. So it's all about the reliability that men have naturally, biologically. And I think there's a lot of truth outside of the schizophrenic and all that stuff. You're disarming yourself. You're disarming your mechanisms for thought. You're disarming your capability to change something that you can control. Whatever goals you have, all of a sudden they get longer to achieve, and you're just kind of bumbling around in the darkness here. But if you listen to the New York Times, that should be your red flag, folks. If the mainstream media is out there telling you you should smoke it, you should probably go in the other direction.
Bingo. I agree. I agree. That's a pretty good.
That's kind of the gist of it. And again, not going to be a hypocrite because I would like to enjoy that every now and then. But that's the other part too. If something goes down and you're high off your ass, buddy, I don't want you on my team. I'll put it that way.
No shit. No shit.
All right, here. All right, let's go to the next segment here, and this is called Wardrobe. Okay, the segment zooms out to the global chessboard and shows you where the forever wars are heading and how your country is being militarized in the process. Let's talk about Iran, Mark. You ready?
Go. Bomb, 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 Iran. Bomb, 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 Iran.
Bomb, 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 Iran. Bomb, 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 Iran. Bomb, 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 Iran. Bomb, 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 lost. Gonna throw some rocks. Tell the Ayatollah, gonna put you in the box for my red. Bum, 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 my red. The country's got a feeling, really hit the ceiling. Bum, my red. Bum, 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 my red. Old Uncle Sam's getting pretty hot. Time to turn Iran into a parking lot. Bum, my red. Bum, 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 my red.
Oh, yeah.
Couldn't hear it.
Oh, really?
Couldn't hear any of it.
Come on. No way.
Nope. Couldn't hear it. And I was talking to you and I was telling you, hey, we can't
That
hear
is
it. Can't
in
hear
the
it.
feed. That is in the feed. Damn it.
Nope.
Oh,
Can't hear it.
man. I got so excited about that. That was so perfect. It was.
I have a feeling I know what it was. By the way, when you're seeing at the beginning when those B-2s are coming down the flight line and they're all lined up like that, that's called the elephant walk. And they are very
the elephant start stomping.
Well, they're very strategic about that. Very rarely do we do that. We only do that on certain in certain Air Force bases at certain points or certain times when we're wanting to send a message to a certain country. We will we'll pull the B-2s out and we'll do what is called the elephant walk. And that is a very clear message. A very devastating message.
Is that like flexing your trunk?
That is like flexing everything. When you've got the
I do the
B-2
elephant
down,
walk around here late at night too.
well, I know you do. And you're legendary.
That's what I'm going to call my walk to the bedroom when I ain't got my skivvies on.
Yeah, well, you know, you guys that are
Brittany, here comes the elephant walk. You know what time it is.
Hey, you know what they say when a guy loses a little weight, he just, becomes
Get a little more bulbous.
Well,
Right?
whatever it is, you drop
Almost
20
sweaty.
pounds, you gain 2 inches. I don't know why that is, but we all know it's true. You lose enough weight, and what was that? Was that your wife?
Yeah,
What
she
did-
was asking she was terrified. She's like, "You're going to do the elephant walk right now?" I told her it's okay.
Oh,
The
yeah.
trunk don't come out until 10 past 9 p.m.
Yeah, people
So-
don't know. People don't know.
Let's
You're
get into the
legendary.
story here. So, the U.S. is quietly gearing up for a possible extended campaign against Iran. Reuters and the New York Times report that the Pentagon is moving additional ships, missile defense systems, and bombers into position and preparing for operations that could last weeks, not just one-off strikes. On camera, officials still talk about diplomacy and de-escalation and not seeking war. Off camera, the military does what the militaries do when war is likely. It gets ready. Iran's own leadership is playing its part in the script, sending officials to nuclear talks in Geneva while the Revolutionary Guard runs missile and drone drills, and state media talks about readiness for competition. It's the classic pre-war split screen, peace rhetoric on one side, war staging on the other. We've seen this movie before. It's the lead up to the Iraq War. Officials insisted they were pursuing diplomacy while troop buildups and carrier deployments told a different story. The same pattern looks to be unfolding right now, folks. Connect this to the broader narrative. Iranian drones being hyped as a threat. Iranian proxies are blamed for attacks across the Middle East. And U.S. officials talk openly about restoring deterrence and responding to aggression. That's the language you use when you're preparing the public for military action. The question is not whether strikes will happen. It's whether they'll be contained or whether they'll spiral into a broader regional war that drags Israel, Saudi Arabia, and potentially Russia or China as backers to different sides. So tie this back to the domestic front. The same establishment that wants you to accept militarized airspace over El Paso, expanded surveillance and counter drone testing in your cities, is also preparing for wars abroad that will cost trillions and reshape the Middle East for another generation. The war drums are not just beating overseas, they're echoing over your own airspace, and you're not entitled to know what's being done in your name or above your head. So, and again, there's a bunch of mainstream articles talking about the potential readiness here. But what about you, Mark? What you thinking? Are you prepared for the Iran? Are you going to believe
Man,
something blows up, whatever mainstream coming your way, whether it's flying planes into buildings from a cave and the passports magically fall into the rubble that you find and connect it, or whatever else may come down the pike there, Mark? What are your thoughts?
I got to tell you, and I'm not obviously there are things way above my pay grade. There's a lot of stuff that has to do with the whole thing with Iran. Oh my God. It's just, and we have so much history built up here. You were not alive when the Iranians took the American hostages in Tehran. I was. I lived through that. That was a very emotional period.
Here, I gotta piss like a racehorse. Keep going.
Are you gonna leave me? Are you gonna?
Yeah, I got to tinkle.
I've
I've
been
been holding it for 3 hours.
Wait, have Brittany bring you a bottle, bro. Have her bring you a bottle.
Just keep going, man. I gotta fucking piss.
Jeez. Oh God. So I was around in the 70s and the 80s. I remember Jimmy Carter's presidency. I remember when the college students there in Iran broke into the American embassy, took the hostages, and it was a very emotional time in American history. I remember I had a poster in my bedroom. This is back in the day when you would go to, there was a place called Spencer Gifts in the mall that they always had cool posters, and you could put posters, on the walls in your room. I had the Farrah Fawcett poster. For those of y'all that remember the Farrah Fawcett poster, oh Lord of mercy, I had that. I had that in my room. I had the Dallas Cowboy cheerleader poster. Yes, that one. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I also had the poster of Let's Play Cowboys and Iranians, which was a very famous poster at the time. And that was the sentiment in America. Unfortunately, Jimmy Carter was a pathetic leader. He was very weak. He was very book smart. He was actually one of these guys. He served as I think the XO, not the captain of a nuclear sub. I think the XO. I'm not exactly sure, but I know that he met Rickenbacker, the father of our nuclear naval program. He was very book smart, but he was a horrible leader. He was extremely weak. He was foolish in a lot of ways, and so our enemies perceived weakness, and of course they took full advantage of it. So I lived during this time, and there's a lot of boomers, or any boomers that are alive today remember that time. And I think that plays into the national psyche a little bit. People that are younger, people in Travis's generation, they don't have that. They don't remember that. I think most people today, I think there's a very strong influence from the Mark Levin, Ben Shapiro wing of the Republican Party that is controlled by AIPAC. And I think that a lot of this is, and I am not saying that Iran isn't a potential enemy to the United States. I'm not.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that with the boomer crowd, Mark, because
I was just saying
when
that
you start talking like that, then it's like,
yeah. Even though I am a boomer, since I'm a boomer, can I say that? Can I be like that?
I think you're actually the supreme boomer authority. I actually think there should.
I understand the boomer.
There should be a position of authority to speak to the boomers.
That'd be me.
Buddy.
That's me. I'm the boomer whisperer, Travis. Okay. The only problem is with most boomers, their hearing's bad. They can't hear a whisper. But what I was explaining was the kind of the history with Iran. But today's generation, today's Republicans, conservatives, a lot of money had been spent with the neocon message. and it's been effective. Again, I'm not saying that Iran doesn't present some sort of a threat to America and our interests. I don't know the extent of that threat. Again, I don't believe anything that our government says. I just don't. Even though President Trump is the president, I don't trust our government at all. I hate our government. Our government is corrupt. I don't believe anything coming from it. But maybe there could be a legitimate threat from Iran. But I'm not.
There could be.
There could be.
It's not like Iran's exactly, a peaceful nation.
No, and they're run by Muslims, and I hate Muslims.
It's not like they're not a little kooky over there.
No, they're definitely kooky. They're crazy.
And the other purpose to the whole segment on the war drum stuff, helping you get a lay of the land, but also the fact that when war needs to happen, it'll happen. They will find a way. If there was something going on in El Paso, some commercial airliner gets, just watch out for events that point the finger at Iran.
Yes.
That's all I'll say to it. And also convenient things like this right after 9/11. Tell me what you observe.
I saw this plane come out of nowhere and just ream right into the side of the Twin Tower, exploding through the other side. And then I witnessed both towers collapse, one first and then the second, mostly due to structural failure because the fire was just too intense. How the fuck you know this?
Okay. For those
that was hard to see. I could hear it, but it was hard to see, Travis.
Yeah. Just an expert witness right there on the ground who talked about the towers falling mostly due to structural failure, something that turned out to be in the 9/11 commission report. But I'm sure that was just coinky dinkle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and how does this guy know? I didn't know who that guy was because he was.
That was
after
9/11. That was a dude on the street. That was just a random dude.
Just a random dude. So it's not like he was an engineer giving it. He was just
kind of odd, right? A little weird. It's just a little weird. Here, let's go.
And they were right at ground zero when it all went down. So can we talk to you? What's your role out here right now?
Just standing by right now. Can't say what role I'm playing right now.
Well, there's a lot of standing by. There's also concern that some of these
Did
other
y'all
buildings
catch
might
that?
actually come down.
Yeah, what was that?
I'm just standing by right now. I'm not sure what role I'm playing right now.
Yeah, that was just really.
Guys, come on. That's weird stuff. There's a lot more weird stuff on that, but that one just kind of brought to my attention how right after those planes hit, man, you had people like that were on the street who were saying the towers fell mostly due to structural failure, collapsing in itself at free fall speed. Sure. Okay. Well, I don't know, Mark, if you're one of those people that still believe the official narrative on that.
No. Hey, do you want me to tell you? Hey, you want me to tell you when my wake up call was because there were all these 9/11 truthers out there that I thought were they had
a lot of them were spewing a bunch of bullshit, by the way.
And I think that's part of it too, Travis, is to muddy the water up. We're seeing that with the Epstein thing, okay? But I'll tell you when the turning point was for me for 9/11. This is before I knew about Tower 7. Bill Clinton was giving a speech in front of some crowd somewhere. And some 9/11 truther stood up in the middle of a speech and he starts yelling at him about 9/11 and, being a part of it and the cover up and whatever. And Bill Clinton stopped his speech and he started berating this guy and Bill Clinton started defending George Bush. Up to that point, I had never, ever, ever heard one of the Clintons defend George Bush in any shape, manner, or form. And it was shortly after that the Bushes and the Clintons became chummy buddies. Do you remember that, Travis?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, sir.
And I remember when Clinton did that and he jumped on this guy and started defending George Bush and he called that guy there, you're the problem. George Bush was this and he was a great, I went, whoa, 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 whoa. That's weird right there. That's what made me start asking questions because I knew it came across with they're circling, they're all in it together. It just illustrates, I don't know why, but that one event made me start diving in. And it wasn't long after that I found the whole thing about Building 7. And I went, mother son of a biscuit eater.
Was it this show? Was it last week's show? I was covering how Ghislaine Maxwell was being recruited for a shadow commission for the 9/11 commission.
It may have been.
I think I covered that. Hang on, let me just.
I think I saw that in the clips that
I don't want to misspeak because here it is. No, I don't know what. I can't. I'm not going to rely on Reddit. I'll tell you that. But anyway, I'll look at this one, folks, for you. Apparently, Ghislaine Maxwell was somehow involved in a shadow commission on 9/11. We'll see if that's true. It's being reported. This is apparently in the Epstein file reveal. Let me see if I can find this. Well, I won't do it here on the show, but yes, for me, Building 7 was the obvious one. I mean, it wasn't touched by anything.
No, it was crazy.
Speed. And then you had Silverstein, the owner of the building, saying, well, there's been enough loss of life. We decided to pull it.
Yeah.
Pull it. I mean, what?
Yeah, exactly.
That's a demolition term, folks.
Yeah.
Pull it. Pull it. That's a demolition term. So you already had your buildings wired up to be demolished. Come on, guys. NORAD's air defense standing down. But the biggest one, Mark, finding the passports of the hijackers.
Oh, I know, dude. On the sidewalk.
God, when I think about all this evil stuff, right? What's taking a long time for it to really click with people, once you can wrap your head around the fact that, wow, somebody killed all those people on 9/11 and a whole machinery, by the way, internationally, the same type of Patriot Act laws across the globe, coordination like you've never seen before. And then you see this Epstein stuff. Of course they bring down towers full of thousands of people. Are you kidding me? If they can joke about eating headless babies and emails with each other, what else do you think they're capable of doing? Pandemic strategies. The level of malicious evil. Most regular people can't, Mark, they can't touch this stuff.
No.
And I always say, because honestly, last week was kind of my moment where it really did hit me after Pam Bondi does that stupid showing on there. It just really hit me personally. You're not voting your way out of this.
No.
But my problem, once I hit that realization, is honestly after 9/11, that's where I should have been since then. You're not going to see Ron Paul get in. We already tried that. You're not going to see these good people. Look at Massey. Massey's probably going to get primaried out of existence. For what? Because he hates Trump, because he's got Trump derangement syndrome. Folks, get your shit together already with this stuff. And we'll be covering some of this 9/11 stuff because it's so unbelievable looking back on it now. But that should have been the moment people were like, you know what? The devil really is running the planet, and we need to figure out a way to extract him.
So your whole point being, look what happened at 9/11. So this whole thing with Iran, watch. There's very possibly
just
could
watch
be a red flag event, and just understand that that's what that is.
Yeah, thanks to Alex Jones, the common people know the term false flag now.
I mean, not red flag.
That's
yeah,
literally
false
thanks.
flag.
That is literally thanks to Alex Jones for the most part. A lot of people maybe knew about this before then, but Alex Jones is the reason why anybody can even talk about false flag stuff. He's kind of a little wild here recently after what was dropped Saturday. He's very rah for Trump and a lot of aspects. I think that blinds him a little bit.
But Travis, maybe he knows something we don't know.
Maybe he does. Maybe he does.
This is Travis. This is the problem. We don't know. We're just left to speculate, Travis. We don't freaking know.
We just don't know. We don't know. And we can speculate. We can speculate on what he's being told, but it just, sometimes it comes across as kind of unserious. And you just got to watch out for that. And I love Alex Jones, but I take that with even this show, even this show, some of the stuff you can go and look up if you wanted to, but let's go to the next segment here. What do we got next here, Marcus? Let's see. All right, let's go to Karen's in the Wild, shall we? I just wanted to show this one.
Karen's in the
let's go to liberal white leftists in the wild, female white leftists, the one demographic that I think we should all be on board with. You want to run commercials against that demographic, I don't think I'd stop you.
Oh my God, they're horrible. They're horrible.
In this clip, a white leftist woman follows ICE agents. Here, let me do my official thing here. All right, I'm ready. A white leftist woman follows ICE agents through a neighborhood as they search for an illegal alien wanted for child rape and murder. Instead of thanking them for taking the predator off the street, she calls them Nazis, demands their badge numbers, and accuses them of terrorizing immigrants. The agents calmly explain that their target is a violent felon. She does not care. Her loyalty is not with the actual human children this man allegedly harmed. Her loyalty is to the narrative that ICE is Nazi, Gestapo, always evil, always oppressive, and always wrong. Years of propaganda comparing ICE to Gestapo have done their job. Citizens now seeing people hunting child rapists as the villains and the suspect as the victim. Of course, not every single one, yes, is a criminal. I don't give a shit. If you came in here illegally, time to go.
Exactly.
That's it, man. There's really nothing complicated about this.
Absolutely.
Citizens now see the people. Anyway, she genuinely believes she is standing up to tyranny. In her mind, the agents are jackbooted thugs. She's the hero. The possibility that the man they're hunting raped and murdered a child doesn't register because the narrative she absorbed doesn't allow for ICE to ever be the good guys. Unless it was under Obama, then you didn't pay attention, even though he had more actual deaths under his administration related to ICE arrest and detainees than Trump does. The frame is set. Enforcement is always cruelty, and any resistance to enforcement is always brave. Okay, let's see what this retardation looks like. Here we go, class. Let's share. I hope to God the audio shows up on this, Mark. Otherwise, we're going to have to put these videos over and edit them in.
Yeah, I'll just be able to put it in post-production.
Okay, we'll see here. Here we go.
This isn't where I live. That's fine. But this isn't where I live. No.
Because I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
If my parents paid all my bills.
We just want to make sure you got home.
This isn't where I live.
It's okay, Olivia. We appreciate it.
You can go talk to them.
Well,
this isn't where I live.
So if this is not where your vehicle's registered, you might want to look that up with their state.
It is, buddy. My address is correct on my ID and where my car is registered. Okay. Good try, though.
All right. Thanks, Olivia.
Do you feel strong or what?
We're good. Have a great day, okay?
I'll keep following you, okay?
Oh, no, she doesn't care. It's all right. No, come on. She doesn't care? She doesn't care. They never do.
How does it feel to be a race trader?
You know, we were trying to get a child molester, right?
No, you weren't.
Yes, we were.
How would you know?
Because it was a woman you talked to.
His wife.
And then his plate came back as murder.
Also, I just want to say, calling someone a race trader.
But you guys don't care.
I hope you realize that is the most racist thing you can say as a white woman.
Of course,
and
it is.
So you know, this isn't a good look for you.
You think I care about my look?
No, no, trust me.
When you guys
it is evident by how you look, you don't care. We get that. Trust me. No, that's all I'm saying. I'm just saying this, trying to be a social warrior. If you actually cared, You probably would care about the child who got raped and also the person who got murdered by the person that we were looking for. But see, you don't care.
No, I don't care because you guys try.
Thank
You
you.
just try to detain legal.
There it is, right there, folks. Here,
Bingo.
let me replay that one. Here.
I don't care because you guys try. You just try to detain legal immigrants. None of you actually give a shit. If you were here to get illegal, violent immigrants off the street, that would be fine. That's not what you're doing.
It's not. No, hold on. It's okay. She
You
said
need to
it's
back
not.
up.
It's not.
It's not.
All right, this clip pretty much, Mark, this has it all.
Oh yeah, it's all there.
This has it all.
That is classic. That is all.
It has it all. He's
Yeah.
a race trader because he's Mexican.
Yeah.
Doing his job.
Wait, how do you know he's Mexican, dude?
Why would she call him a race trader?
You're half German. How do you know what?
I'm being a schnitzel, okay? So it only offends half of me. This is like white liberal they're the most racist of all of them. If you don't go in their camp, you're a race trader. If you're black and you do this, you're an Uncle Tom. I mean, if you're not in the camp, but the key part there, I don't care.
I don't
because you're arresting legal citizens. Okay, so this is going to bring us, Mark, to the next segment. This is called "You Don't Hate the Media Enough." This segment will show you how the media weaponizes images to engineer your emotions, manufacture consent. We're going to go back to 2 viral stories here. Okay, one from 2018, one from this year. You're about to see the playbook in real time. And we're going to be a little historical nuance to this as well. You ready, Mark?
Ready.
The modern media's superpower is not just lying, it's weaponizing images to bypass your brain and go straight for your gut. In 2018, a photo of a toddler crying behind metal fencing went viral as proof that Trump was throwing kids in cages. That's right. Here, let me get some graphics up to kind of go along with this story because that would probably be a good idea. Let's see if we can find the damn picture. Okay, anyway, hang on. Activists like Jose Antonio Vargas blasted it out. Major outlets amplified it, and the image became an instant symbol of administration cruelty. There was only one problem, Mark. It was fake.
What?
The picture was taken at a protest in Dallas. Activists set up an open-topped pen outside City Hall to mimic detention centers.
Are you kidding me?
This is how far it went, folks.
God.
The boy wandered into the prop, saw his mother on the other side of the fence, got confused, and cried for about 30 seconds before she took him out. The photographer's caption implied, "What's happening right now in detention centers?" It wasn't. Snopes, PolitiFact, CNN, BuzzFeed, all the usual fact checkers eventually admitted it was staged. Image being misused, but by then the damage was done. That's right. These fact checking organizations, they always seem to immediately fact check right-wing stuff, but stuff like this, let it stew for about a year or two before they come out and say, yeah, that was circulated falsely. The image circulated for days before corrections trickled out. By the time the debunks arrived, millions of people had already internalized the emotional message. Trump is caging children. And yes, you still have idiots that think this same kind of thing here.
Cage children.
And I'm trying to bring up for the class. Let's bring up the picture.
As long as he just caging up them little Mexican babies and leaving us black folk alone, you know.
Them kids that got AOC went and cried there at the cage too, man. Oh, look at this image of this poor. Look at this.
That poor little Mexican baby, but that's okay because hey, at least it ain't a brother. I'm used to seeing the brothers in the cages,
folks. And another example, I just saw this posted on my Facebook feed this weekend by females. Anyway, I'll get to that part in a second because there's a reason this is targeted to a specific audience and why it's so effective. Okay. So that's the image. This is what's happening right now in our detention centers. So yes, to re-clarify, right? They set up a protest, fake detention centers, cages, all this kind of stuff. A kid wanders in, gets confused, and the photographer's like, look, he's Mexican. Do it. Got it. Boom. It hits CNN, wall-to-wall coverage. Kids in cages narrative goes on. And it lied. And it was a lie. It was just a bona fide line. And still, from 2018, people are still passing that around like it was a factual instance, Marcus. I mean,
are you surprised? Are you shocked? Are you shocked?
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Fast forward to 2026. And the story of, here, let me see if I can get this here. I feel like my computer's acting up a little bit. Am I freezing a little bit?
No, just bitch slap it.
Okay. Okay, fast forward to 2026 and the story of 5-year-old Liam Conejo Ramos. A photo of a little boy in a bunny hat and a Spider-Man backpack circulates with claims that ICE used a child as bait, that agents basically kidnapped him from preschool, hauled him to detention in Texas to lure in his family members.
Damn.
It is the perfect outrage email. A small, innocent child alone, supposedly brutalized by the state. Then you look at the official account. According to DHS and ICE, the boy's father, Adrian Conejo, fled on foot during an arrest, abandoning his son in the freezing weather.
Well, of course.
Agents stayed with the boy, tried to hand him over to family at home, and were refused. They kept him warm. They brought him McDonald's. They played his music and eventually honored the father's own request that Liam remain with him in detention. The DHS statement is blunt. A criminal illegal alien abandoned his child. Our officers ensured the child was kept safe. That version of the documents, the documentation supports, yet progressive outlets continue to frame the episode as a reported attempts to use the child as bait, carefully preserving the original accusation in the public mind. The New York Times, Truth Out, and others keep the bait language alive by attributing it to activists and using hedging words like purported and alleged. The emotional core of the story, ICE as child abusers, remains intact even as the facts report the other fucking way. So, yes, another instance here. Guy comes in illegally. He's a piece of shit third worlder. Mark, let me tell you, you're being arrested from a crime. Would you ever commit crimes with your kids in the crosshairs of this where they could be caught up in it?
No, I mean, who would? I mean,
I gotta stop because for some reason I'm sharing it. This is clogging up on me. So anyway, yeah, they this continued lie about the using these kids as bait, these race charges and all this stuff. Doesn't matter if it's true. Does it get an emotional narrative across? Does it activate the white liberal females that are going around stopping Gestapo? None of this is an accident. A century ago, Edward Bernays, the father of modern propaganda, wrote openly about the conscious and intelligent manipulation of the organized habits and opinions of the masses. He said propaganda should work through symbols, images, and subconscious desires, not just rational argument. Folks, read Edward Bernays, read all his books. You get so much information out of these cretins that were involved in some of this stuff, and they like to lay it out there. They're kind of boastful about what they do to you.
Oh yeah, they're arrogant.
He understood that if you want to change society, you don't start with facts, you start with feelings, especially the protective instincts of women and mothers. He staged the Torches of Freedom campaigns to get women to smoke by linking cigarettes to liberation. Today's activists use crying toddlers behind fences and frightened little boys in bunny hats to sell open borders and anti-enforcement politics. It's the same thing, guys. The pipeline works like this. Activists stage or selectively frame visuals, media launder them into news, and corrections come later in low visibility fact-checking pieces once the emotional damage is already done. Both the cage photo and Liam image are designed to trigger protective instincts, especially in powerful mothers. Small children alone suffering, framed as victims of state cruelty. The goal is not to inform you, it's to engineer a response. That's why you don't hate the media enough. You think they are just biased. In reality, they're operating from a playbook that was written to control how you feel first, so that what you think will fall in line later. Bernays called this engineering consent. We call it propaganda. Either way, it works. And until you understand the mechanics, you keep falling for it. And of course, if you go into all the data points, marketing, advertising, predominantly geared towards women. Maternal instincts, emotional responses are easier to get out of women than it is out of men. That's just a biological fact. We're not up here to be misogynistic about it. We're here to show you what weapons are being used and who it's being used to advance certain things. Read Edward Bernays, read all his books, start with the book Propaganda, and go from there. And then you can look up the statistics on where this propaganda is aimed at mostly. They have got in between us as
Absolutely.
people. They've gotten in between the man and the woman so they could bypass the men.
Mm-hmm.
Now the men are all over here jacking off and smoking weed every single day.
Yep.
And the women are going to big daddy government for all their problems and solutions.
Bingo.
There's no nuance they can have once emotions get involved in this stuff. And let me tell you, with this Epstein stuff, this is getting all the emotions wild out there. Watch yourself out there. That includes folks like me, folks like Mark, everybody covering this kind of stuff. The emotional responses, when they're very overly, you got to look out for that. You have to be able to look at this. It's hard to not get emotional over eating kids and raping and torturing them. It is. It's super hard. But it can be done because we got to look at the nature of what we're dealing with. You got to understand that there are people out there that would absolutely kill thousands of people at the same time to get agendas across. So it's not really far-fetched to think, what else could they be doing? If they're megalomaniacs, megalomania is something that we always talk about serial killers. We don't ever talk about the craziest megalomaniacs in our history. Some of them ended up in virology departments and all these kinds of terrifying stuff. The emotional responses, folks. Those were two examples. Folks, I could spend a whole broadcast for like a month covering these fake stories. What is it, Mark, during your lifetime, during the first Gulf War?
Oh, well, 9/11.
Babies in the incubators?
Yeah, that was
babies in the incubators?
Gulf of
Saddam
Tonkin.
Hussein?
I go back to Gulf of Tonkin.
Gulf of Tonkin? Same thing?
Gulf of Tonkin, that was, and now we know. That was a false flag. That's what got us into the Vietnam War, full-fledged, no more just advisors. That's bring in the Marines. Gulf of Tonkin incident.
So, folks, the emotional manipulation is a real weapon, and it's super effective, and it's especially targeted at women. So watch yourself. Watch what's getting a reaction out of you, and follow it up where you can. And it also
listen to your husband. Hopefully,
I was going to say it helps to have
they're married to a man.
Men like
they may not
us,
be. They may be married
or
to a male.
men like you have in your presence, because they can stop the emotional reaction.
That's what your husband is there for.
You calm it down, be a little logical about it, and go, what am I actually looking at here? Where is this? Why is a reaction driving? But instead, most women now, where do they go, Mark?
Well, first of all, what are most women even looking at this stuff for? If they're being a homemaker and they have a man as a husband, why are they even looking? Why are they even paying attention to any of this? This does not help them.
Listen, I'm telling you right now, my wife ain't out there like, ooh, what's he covering? She don't want to know about this stuff.
She doesn't need to know.
And I know if I put this out, oh, your woman's like a what is it, a Handmaid's Tale. My wife don't care about this shit, dude.
Because
I asked her the same thing. That's why I asked it in part of this segment. If women lost the right to vote, how many of y'all would actually care? Because most of y'all that I see, you just screech on social media about your emotions and your feelings about these stories. You're not really even doing anything of substance to it. You're getting third world Indians now on the congressional floor talking about dismantling ICE. Does that really sound like a solution? Do you really want to stop illegal
Oh, my
immigrants
God,
from living in your vicinity? Because let me tell you, the people that are pushing the mechanisms to stop this stuff, they're not living in the same areas you are, honey. It's coming to you. Is one illegal immigrant being deported worth one female being raped, one child being hurt, one drunk driving accident, anything? Once $1 in a scam? No, it's not. But when you're emotional, we're just all supposed to be cohesive and live together. Even though if you go and do that in these countries these people are coming from, good luck to you, honey. Good luck to you, honey. You will be a prized head on top of a stake in some of these countries. You go out there with some of the suicidal empathy in this shit. And I ain't even covered on some of the show. We'll have to do a segment called Suicidal Empathy, where these liberal, retarded females go over to these third world Muslim countries to prove a point, only to get raped and beheaded.
Exactly.
You know how many stories there are of this stuff?
It's unbelievable.
Men have a duty to protect innocent and the weak. And I don't mean that to be condescending, to physically.
It's not
weak.
condescending.
It's meant men have a duty to this stuff, even to the innocent and weak that they don't know within their own family. It's an inherent nature that we're born with. It's a good thing. It's a healthy thing. But when you want to weaponize it because your feelings say so, because you want to be boss babe, and you want to do, you want to go out there in third world countries to prove a point, only to get beheaded and raped. Well, don't say I didn't warn you so. Okay. And just, you know what? These, especially the women that are so vocal about this stuff, why don't you all flock to these sanctuaries to get out of Texas, get out of some of these rural areas, go practice what you preach, honey. Let some of them into your home.
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't have a man there to protect you. Maybe you can do us a favor and, house these people like you're housing the Jews during World War II.
Right, absolutely.
That's how stupid y'all are with this narrative that's been fed to you to get these emotional reactions. It's very effective, Mark. It's very effective.
Maybe she wants a train run on it. They'll do that too.
Yeah, maybe there's some kind of sick fantasy with some of the stuff. Like I found out over the years, a lot of these females have, man. I want to go into that one.
I know. I'm telling you. There's a reason why 50 Shades of Grey sold 50 million copies in the United States alone.
Oh, sweet. There's stories we can't tell on here that would blow your mind. I've got a daughter. This stuff but it's okay because she's got me. All right. Let's move over to the next report, and this will be our final report. We'll go through some cultural segments here, Marcus. This is our New World Order report. While you're being distracted by the latest outrage clip, the infrastructure for a very different kind of society is being built in the background. The segment shows you the controls and assemblies being put together piece by piece in front of our very eyes, while humanity goes out with a whimper and not a bang. In Australia, multiple states are expanding facial recognition and biometric digital ID systems. These IDs are being integrated with driver's licenses and access to government services. On paper, it all sounds helpful because, of course, it does. Faster verification, less fraud, because who doesn't love less fraud, right, Mark? Emotions.
Yeah.
More convenience. Convenience kills, folks. Scan your face, tap your phone, and the state instantly knows who you are so you can get what you need. Who could be against convenience? But convenience is always the sugar on the rim of the glass. Once your identity, your movement, your finances, and your access to services are tied to a single digital profile, whoever controls that profile controls you. The same institution pushing these systems talk openly in other contexts about disinformation, extremism, and the need to monitor harmful behavior. Let me tell you, folks, these emotional manipulations and the way our government is rolling out these Epstein files, are you comfortable with the whole biometric grid to monitor you and point out what's disinformation, what's extremism?
How about that?
Huh? How about it? How about it? Where is the damn let's see here. Yeah, because this goes into more detail. Let me see if I can grab this article because it closed because, Technology is so fun sometimes, Marcus. Let's see if I can find it here. Okay, here's a summary, and I'll do this from the Australian government's official website. Okay, this is it here. Expanding the government system. Okay, so let's read you some of this legalese while they flash in front of your face what they're actually doing to us. In case you want to just say we're conspiracy theorists. The Australian government wants to expand the voluntary, kind of like COVID shots were voluntary, right, folks? Wants to expand voluntary use of digital ID to bring a whole economy of benefits. For individuals, this would mean being able to use digital ID to verify your ID in more places, unless you're choosing to vote. In that case, we can't have this kind of thing being used. For businesses, this would mean being able to use digital ID as one way to verify your customers. Mark, because the one thing I've been wanting to know is how can I biometrically identify our customers over at Defiance Press? Totally normal behavior, right?
We need to.
Biometrically, I need to know the weight, the health, the color of their iris.
Listen, if I ain't running a wire up the kazoos of all of our clients, then I'm not happy.
So listen to this. Business, this would mean we'll deliver this through voluntary accreditation scheme, a credit scheme for digital ID service providers, Australian government digital ID system. We're rolling out the Australian government digital ID system in 4 phases. The phases may overlap. Timing of each phase will be informed by consultation and maturity of support. Listen to this. Listen how they word this. I like to highlight this stuff for the class. Timing of each phase will be informed by consultation and maturity of support services. What do you think that means, folks? Maturity of support. You see, there's a lot of immature people out there who just can't get behind this. So until there's majority of support, they'll start rolling this out. This is called the Fabian technique, by the way. For those not familiar, look up the Fabian Society.
Yes.
Incremental approach to this.
Yes, exactly.
Folks, and just, while I'm talking about this, I'm bringing this up too, because on the Super Bowl, you saw the Ring camera in the commercial about Mark. Guess what the appeal is? Would you guess what the appeal is for surveillance on a Ring camera? If you lose your dog. If you lose your dog,
oh God.
Ring can actually activate other Ring cameras in your vicinity to scan the area for your missing dog.
Oh no, Travis.
You've
got to be kidding me.
Folks, that is not a commercial geared towards men. Okay, I promise you that.
No, but hang on
your
now.
Dogs, your pets.
Now, hang on. Let's make a distinction. It's not geared towards men, but it is geared towards effeminate males. Males who were raised by strong, independent mothers. See, the second half to this whole thing about feminism is that these strong, independent mothers, that have children, that have male offspring, they create simps. They create weak, effeminate males. And whenever you hear women talk about, these men out here, they're this, they're that, they're not talking about men. They're talking about weak, effeminate males who were raised by strong, independent mothers. See, only men can raise men. So mothers can't raise men. And I know they lose their mind when I say this shit, but it is impossible for a mother to raise a man. It's impossible. Only men can raise men. There are very few men in this country. Very few. It's likely most people have never met a man. There are very few men. It's mostly males. And out of those, most of those males are weak. They're effeminate. They're emotional. And they have learned the mating strategy with strong, independent women and feminists is to simp to them. And that's why we have this huge problem. And you look at all these women out there complaining about the pool of men, and they're talking about men. I'm going, lady, you've never met a man. You're dealing with males. That's why these guys are losers and everything. You're dealing with males.
I've had this phenomenon with my current wife. Well, I've never had, anyway, with my wife, not my current wife. I don't know why I said current.
Well, you get confused between me and her sometimes, and that's a whole other thing. We're not.
Well,
we don't need to go on
we
that.
had this conversation when we first started dating because she went to school out there at USC for a specific neuro surgeon path. That's what she was on until she had to come home and take care of family. But she had mentioned to me how she would never date a man who had a picture of him in a deer blind on his profile, or one that was an avid hunter and all this kind of stuff. And then 2 months into it, we always joke she was in a deer blind with me hunting pigs, because the concept of people, if you have an emotional response and kind of a feminine nature about you, you're not really thinking about what does conservation mean when it comes to hunting? They can't really put that piece together. So when I start explaining about the pig pandemic, I'll call it, on these farms, she didn't really understand it. Well, it's like, but they're pigs. They're just sweet little pink pig. I said pink.
Peppa the pig.
This isn't Peppa the pig. Yeah, honey. These are tusk groveling, cannibalizing.
They will eat you.
Eating young fawns out of grass alive.
Yeah.
Killing women right here out in Montgomery County.
Yes.
Because she used a broom to try to sweep them off her porch and got mauled to death. True story.
By pig.
And she goes, they eat Bambi? I said, that's what they do, baby. They will look.
They eat everything.
They will eat it. They eat everything.
They eat everything.
And they're monstrous. And they
Yes.
do breed with domesticated pigs. That's how you get some cross with some with spots, and some of them may have.
Well, they become feral.
When
They
she
just
saw
feral.
one, she goes, I'll shoot it. Should I shoot that? I said, let me put it to you this way. Females with their dogs. This is the point I'm getting to. Females with their dogs. See, the Ring camera commercial it's such a perfect example because it's for your pets. What about the cats, by the way? They didn't say we can help find your cats. What about your hamster? So what is this, like the dog supremacy culture? All we care about is dogs more than other animals and felines and creatures out there? Why is Ring not set up for gerbils? Mock-ants?
Great point. We need to get with Richard Gere on that.
It's meant to get an emotional response. I love that. So of course it goes to I told my wife in the deer blind, I said, let me tell you this. Let me put it to you this way, honey. If we didn't have people out here shooting these pigs and they got into our neighborhood, let's say they got into the backyard, Malibu's out there licking her paws, they would tear to pieces alive. And I'm not really being hyperbolic. It's absolutely true. You see,
they're pack hunters.
even some heavily, if they know there's a litter from a pig that they just boned, and that's not his DNA or project, that male pig will eat those babies and then reimpregnate the mother, just to keep his genetic line in there.
Bingo.
Like the reality of nature is far beyond what anybody can.
It's not a Disney film. It's not a Disney film.
What do you know? This isn't My Cousin Vinny. You go down for a little drink of water. Bam! A fucking bullet goes in there. Let me ask you. Would you give a fuck what color pants he was wearing? No, this is like actual nature is extremely brutal and hardcore.
Oh, unforgiving.
It's like they're eating other creatures alive, sometimes while they're giving birth. A lot of times in these areas. So anyway, once I got it to her that she's like, man, I saw her. She like cocked the hammer in. She's like picked up, and I'm like, there we go. Now you get it. And yeah, maybe I used a little emotional manipulation to get her to shoot a pig, but I digress. I use what's effective sometimes. But anyway, you see this with this Ring commercial. They can scan for dogs, which, by the way, now that we've seen from this Silver Alert kidnapping case we're all supposed to pay attention to, and now this Ring camera commercial, first of all, these Ring cameras, they're not supposed to store anything locally, but somehow the FBI managed to get those out of the Ring camera somehow. All this stuff you're not storing. See, and I have a Ring camera, but I know what I got. You've got a spy device. Pretty much every electronic in your presence it's got it. So everything you do on your computer, all you guys out there, man, just know someone's got a digital dossier on every single one of y'all. But the feelings, your dogs, and this is what learns to become acceptable behavior. So watch as I lay this out and talking about the phased rollout to this stuff. Okay, so let's start. Before a new phase commences, there may also be pilots involving a small number of organizations. Okay, we started by rolling out My ID to some government agencies. Only some. Okay, only some. The Australian government's digital ID app is My ID. It is already used by millions of Australians through the Australian government digital ID system. See, right there, it's already being used. So already, if you're panicking, it's unfounded, okay? Because it's used by some. Right now, more than 185 government services have the option available to log in with a My ID. We will continue to connect more government services. We will also commence legislation on the 30th of November, 2024, to strengthen the existing voluntary digital ID accreditation scheme, provide legislative authority for the Australian government digital ID system to expand, strengthen, oh, I love this one, strengthen privacy and consumer protections. See, they're going to spy on you to keep you more safe.
To keep
You understand?
safe. Oh, to keep us. Oh, absolutely. Because it's about the children's.
And I like these little short bullets. Strengthen governance for digital ID. What does that mean?
No.
Strengthening governance for digital ID.
It's meant to make women feel safer.
It's
Oh,
almost
God,
like
it's
the
secure.
voluntary aspect of this might go out the window eventually. Accredited state and territory digital ID providers can apply to the digital ID regulator to join the Australian government digital ID system. This will provide more choice of which digital IDs you can use to access Commonwealth, state, and territory services. Commonwealth, state, and territory services can continue to apply the digital ID regulator to join as a relying services. So parts of the government are basically, they all start getting geared into this. And now every part of the agency that you got to interact with uses this. So there's your voluntary aspect. You're going to have to use it eventually, because my favorite part about this is as they're telling you, we are going to pass legislation on this. It's not, I thought it was a democracy over there, mate. I thought you voted on this stuff before it gets implemented in, but we are going to pass this legislation. It just so happens it did.
Yeah.
By phase 3, by December of 2026, private sector services, they can apply to the digital ID regulator to join the Australian government digital ID system to verify their users and customers. For example, this means you could use your My ID to open a new bank account with an Australian bank, apply for a new phone contract, apply for a real estate lease. You know what it can also do? The opposite of that. If you're using this to open it, they can also use it to shut it off from you. You fucking idiots out there, man. So yes, all the private sector services by this date, voluntarily in a democratic fashion, all the private sector is going to use it. So they can use it to, verify their users and customers. What does that mean? What Mark, and when we were selling merch, for what reason do we need to verify our customers?
Well, Travis, what you need to understand is that the goal of good governance is the voluntary nature of the citizenry and the community standards that we hold high, that we really got to bring people together to make sure that we can move forward as a society, not only intellectually, but to prosper financially. And so in order to do all this and make this happen, it's just important that we have information that we need so that the government can provide positive governance so that we can make things fair and equitable amongst everyone, and everyone knows that they can be safe and be in a safe situation surrounded by people that they know are safe. and we don't have to worry about our children and our family members, and we can prosper and live in this beautiful, beautiful society.
Man, that was so well put. Honestly, I think I'm kind of changing my mind on this now a little bit, because you had me at equity. You had me at equity. I mean,
Come on.
who doesn't want everything?
Who doesn't? Listen, Travis, equity is important. Am I right?
Oh, yeah. Super fetch, man. Super important. Awesome.
It's got to be equitable, and it has to be fair. Travis, if things aren't fair, who wants to live in a society that isn't fair?
Oh, not me, Marcus. Not me. No,
It's got to be fair. Everything has to be fair.
Got to be fair. I need
If I
equality
get a
in
cookie,
my marriage.
you get
I
a
need
cookie.
equality all over my face.
Yeah.
I need it everywhere. I need equality all in my bum.
Jesus Christ. Where did you want that equality? Where did you want that equality to
Man, we've been going all day, dude. I'm getting tired.
Dude,
as hell, man.
I'm
Let's
getting
do
punch
this.
drunk, bro.
All right. All right, let's flash through some quick clips.
Okay.
Folks, thank y'all
Oh,
for joining
God.
the Defiance Daily Show. We're going to get a little
Oh.
silly now. I just want to here's what okay, hang on. Who is this? Who's Katie Britt?
That's a news person, isn't it?
Is she a Republican? Okay, so I don't know. I don't know that this is meant to be funny. This will probably make you more angry instead. But man, there's nothing I love better than watching Republicans be big government advocates. God, I just love it. Oh, especially this agency and everything going on here. Just wait, Marcus. Okay. You just wait, buddy. Okay. Just wait. I got something for you.
A TSA agent is going to go without a paycheck. Why? So that you can posture politically. I'm over it. Everybody on that side of the aisle knows that ICE and CBP will continue to be funded. They're going to continue to enforce the law just as they should.
Mark,
I'm
what is conservative about women in politics?
There's
Mark,
nothing.
don't you care? Don't you care about the TSA, folks? The TSA. I won't even go into all the tirades and what I had to watch my dad go through, getting felt up and being isolated in glass boxes all over the airport for about 7 years of his life. Every time I traveled with him, bags being taken, and then white cars pulling up to deliver them back. And clearly they were ruffled through, but it had this nice little TSA pamphlet right when you opened it. I mean, we're at the point now where, dude, Republicans are socialists. They're big government socialists.
Absolutely.
The TSA is communism. Okay.
Yeah, of course it is.
Stupid little soundbite cliches. The TSA, the agency, is communism. The Department of Homeland Security, communism. The ATF, communism. And don't worry, though. We got a lot of feelings out there, and they can make their way onto the House floor, and we can have feelings about these TSA agents that are the absolute worst of the worst. No offense to them. Because feelings and paychecks, even though we could keep this off. So
feelings.
Very, very wow. Okay. This is a pretty gnarly one, Mark. I don't know if we're gonna be able to
Feelings
put this
of
on
love.
put this on
Feelings. Whoa, 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 feelings.
All right, so let's
I was just getting into feelings, Travis. That's all. It was a famous song from the 1970s, and encapsulates the effeminate side of humanity with our feelings.
misogynist, racist.
How are your feelings right now, Travis?
I'm feeling
how are
threatened
you?
by your presence now. That's what I'm feeling. Okay.
Oh, that's offensive.
All right, let's go to the next one here. So this one is a fugitive drug lord nicknamed Taliban who stole a cartel's 450-pound cocaine shipment. This is how they treated him once they caught him, this particular drug cartel. Folks, viewer discretion is advised. Again, I don't know for sure that I can be airing this. They handle thieves within the drug cartel. That's him right there on the boat.
Oh!
And
Whoa!
That is an anchor tied to him, folks.
What?
And
are you serious? Are you
there he
freaking
goes.
serious?
Straight down. I did verify this is actually real. It's a real video. And there he goes, sinking straight down to the ocean. One of my biggest fears, one of my worst fears ever. And yeah, don't steal drugs from a cartel. That's a pretty bold strategy, Cotton. I would like to venture to say that didn't really pan out the way he thought for him.
Holy crap, dude. That's
what I was going to say about that is that looks like a good pedophile deterrent, if you ask me. Do they really need to go to jail? We were on talk about, these penalties in these prisons. Why do we even deal with prisons? You know that guy that got his 30 years cut off his sentence because he just fell through the cracks, and we be asking questions. We could just do that.
Yeah. So the way it used to work, what we're supposed to, there's no prisons in the Bible. Well, no, I take that back. There are prisons, but as far as biblically, the way you handle criminals, it's not through imprisoning. It's an eye for an eye. So if you get caught, you either get beat, or you get a limb cut off, or you get executed. There's no. If we, like, for instance, the guy with the 30 years, whatever, I think, didn't he murder somebody? I think he murdered somebody, right? Wasn't he accused of murder? That's why he was in the, is that why he was on trial?
On me. What was that?
That guy, the 30-year guy, that was for murder, correct?
No.
Or a violent crime.
Violent burglary and sodomy.
So you just hang him. You just hang him. There's no.
I kind of like the whole anchor strapped to you, the biblical.
Yeah,
nature.
absolutely.
What did they say in the Bible about putting the
eye for an eye and
people that hurt the children? They get a millstone around their neck and sink to the bottom of the ocean.
And if you look at the founding of America from early on, we didn't. They put you in stocks, public humiliation, make you wear a red scarlet, the scarlet A for if you're an adulterer and you're a woman and you sleep with, yeah. You get cast out of society. There was no prison overcrowding. We dealt with criminals, man. And today we're just so freaking soft, man.
That's called the good old boy technique. Something that needs to take a massive comeback in this country. I think a lot of people would appreciate it. And like Mark's little example earlier about cleaning up, what was that house in the police academy? The gal that got you to.
Oh, CUNY Homes, Mrs. Mosley.
You could clean these problems up.
Oh, Travis, we cleaned up CUNY Homes. It was
you could do this real.
We cleaned it up in 3 weeks.
This isn't
Travis.
Rocket science. We
cleaned it up in 3 weeks.
This isn't complicated. Anyway, moving on to the next video here, Mark. I think we need to start passing regulations on some of these. I think if you're single out there, I'm just going to tell you guys, watch yourself, Mark. This one's for you, buddy. Watch yourself.
Boy, here we go.
Like, and what do I do? Lift it up?
Lift your booty up,
like a
put
bra,
it underneath, like a bra.
Wait, let me go back to the beginning for the class.
Do not have a pancake butt, but you are wearing these wrong.
How am I wearing them wrong? They're leggings.
No, that band goes underneath your booty. That is why it's a booty band.
Like, and what do I do? Lift it up?
Lift your booty up,
like a
put
bra,
it underneath, like a bra.
It's a butt, not a boob.
No, this is a butt bra. Look at that.
Holy cow.
No gym required. It's a lie.
This shit is a damn lie. It's a damn lie. Like, y'all don't think this is lying.
Oh, Mark. Yeah.
Hey, you know, guys, hey, you know what? Guys are a little guys have their own version of this. That's why I've never understood guys that, would always, brag about the size of their manhood. I always set the expectation really low. I always, said, "Hey, baby."
Oh, you deceive them. Then they get real surprised. Yeah.
Yeah, I always said, "Hey, baby, it may be skinny, but it's short." Okay. Because eventually, if it comes to that point, they're going to find out. So if you're setting up the expectation of, "Honey, I'm hung like a teddy bear hamster," well, what is she expecting? Not much. So when it comes to the unveiling, it's like, "I thought you said you were little," and it's like, no. Oh, here we go. So you just say, "Hey, I'm hung like a Tic Tac."
I got a bloody buddy that's the Raging Cajun. He says, "Yeah."
Are you talking about Glenn?
Yeah, his technique is to say, back when he was single, he's hung like a door switch or a light switch.
Like a light switch, absolutely. Now you've set the level of expectation really low. Now, if you're just average, she's excited. So these guys. So anyway, that's a version of what you just saw there. I listen. These chicks today, they got weaves, they've got fake hair, fake eyelashes. They've got, dude, they get surgeries now to make themselves virgins again. What the hell is that?
What? Oh, Mark. Oh, you can't take the whole.
First of all, you can't. Yeah, you ain't a virgin no more, honey. Okay?
Yeah, good luck with that one. Lady.
Yeah, you've had more hot dogs down your tunnel than that guy that eats the hot dog contest guy. What do you got here? What do you got here?
I found a video of our foreign policy wrapped up into one clip, and I just want to get your reactions to this.
Okay. All right.
I have done nothing wrong ever in my life.
I know this. And I love you.
I love you too, Daddy. Money, please.
That's it right there. I think it's funny that the actors that you chose for that.
Did you see the Israeli flag on the girl?
Yeah, but I mean, both of those actors and they're both Jewish. I thought that was. I don't know if you knew that or not.
Know that? That's so great.
Yeah, both of them.
That's so great. All right, let's see if we have any more we can react to here, and then we're gonna wrap up here, folks. I think that's it. My hand's getting. This is getting out of control. I think I'm getting punch drunk as well, folks. Thank you so much for joining us at Defiance. This is the Defiance Daily Show. Really, really appreciate everybody joining in. Don't forget to visit defiancepress.com. Support our sponsors. Supporting our sponsors in turn supports everyone here at the broadcast and everybody behind the scenes. So really appreciate your support there. That's defiancepress.com. Mark, let's bid them adieu.
Let's bid them adieu. Hey, guys, stay focused. Stay in the game. Keep your head about you. Take care of your wife. Take care of your family. Provide, protect, get in shape, be prepared, stay armed, and be eternally vigilant. And get your life right with Jesus, because dead serious, we may not survive this, and we don't know how soon this is all happening, but it's coming. So more than anything, you make sure you know where you're going when you die, because we could be facing that very, very soon. So get your life right with Jesus.
Well said, Mark. And again, along those lines, stay reliable, stay dependable. There's nothing more enjoyable than knowing people can depend on you. That is a really good feeling. It's hard to keep up with that. It's an amazing feat, but it's the glory that God gives us men to go about our daily lives. It's a duty. It's an honor. It's definitely a privilege to be in those positions. So stay reliable, stay dependable. God bless you all. Hope you have a great day. Let's go out with a little tune here. This is a Bomb 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 Iran. Y'all have a good one.
Bomb 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 Iran. Bomb 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 Iran. Bomb 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 Iran. Bomb 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 Iran. What country's got a feeling really is the ceiling bomb Iran. Bomb 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 Iran. Went to a mosque, gonna throw some rocks. Tell the Ayatollah gonna put you in a box. Bomb Iran. Bomb 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 Iran. Bomb 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 Iran. Uncle Sam's getting pretty hot. Time to turn Iran into a parking lot.